real quick. We were looking at a schedule. Just show it. Okay, but don't. Oh, you took it out. Yeah. Oh, we took it out. All right. Well, the next slide just showed a schedule on. I think that we could do an audit of the comprehensive plan in a year, which is a very aggressive program. Very soon, we'll be starting committees again to review. Did I not mention that we were going to review the comprehensive plan to make sure that we're still on track for 2030? We might make some tweaks to the comprehensive plan to bring us back on track to some of the goals and visions. So we had a timeline for that. What we need to do is we need to start to reform the committees. We need a lead committee, and it would be my recommendation that the planning board be the lead committee for the revision of the comprehensive plan. So heads up, that's coming down the pike for the planning board. So every 5 years, you're supposed to review your comprehensive plan. We're going to maybe make the planning board the overseeing board, still to be determined. And then, we'll prioritize and we'll go into going through the comprehensive plan and seeing are these recommendations still on target, and how can we make recommendations to implement that. So that was a quick and dirty overview of the audit for the comprehensive plan. In conclusion, though, there is still a lot of work to be done in order to implement the 2030 plan. And you, of all boards, probably know that best. If you have any questions, I can answer them real quick.
Yeah, I do initially, because the 2030 plan should have been developed in 2010 because typically the plan looks 20 years in the future.
Right.
So we're doing an audit of what's been implemented from the 2030 plan to this point. Is the idea then to do a 2050 plan effective 2030, or just a mid-course or a correction or a...
Yeah, we should discuss a horizon, because a lot of these implementation items may not, first of all, they may not be warranted anymore, or two, they may take longer than the 5 years we have left.
Right, right.
The plan was adopted in 2014, so,
Right.
It is time to review it, for sure.
Yeah.
So if I answered your question, I think I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Was there thought of revising some of the action items?
Yes,
And,
that's the intent.
okay, and then is there also thought on, so a few times we have incorporated some wording issues with code, the way the code is written. Is there a possibility of being able to amend, I know it's a much more difficult thing to do, but be able to amend the code and the wording to more accurately reflect the comprehensive plan? Can that be part of?
Yes, in
Okay.
short answer, yes. You would make that recommendation through the process. You would designate the department, planning. Planning would then start to draft the code and put it through the process.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
I'm curious, you showed progress in terms of multifamily development over the last 10, 11 years. And one of the slides indicated that there was a target to construct, I think it was 44,000 square feet of commercial.
Right.
Has anything come from that? I guess there's been some.
There's been some in the South Village by the train station. We've got some, but the action items and the implementation for the South Village has been just starting now. So there is an intent to do a lot of that.
We don't know. Do
We
you know what the number is of what has been newly added?
No, it's been very small amount. It's been One North, and it's been very small amount. And the Conifer building, the Conifer 2 building will have some square footage.
Yeah, probably the two biggest events that were not anticipated in the 2030 comprehensive plan were climate change, in particular heavy rainstorms.
Right.
And the frequency of 100-year storms now,
Right.
recently, and also the impact of COVID on retail
Yes.
and the difficulty in establishing storefront retail.
Right. According to the literature, the COVID-19 pandemic impacted retail and office space. So
Yeah,
there,
office too,
there is roughly a 40% less demand on both those categories. So that we've heard some of that in our discussions about the ability to bring retail and things like that. But
It's complex.
yeah.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Okay, thanks.
Okay, sure.
All right. Okay, we're now going to proceed with the work sessions, and we're going to ask the applicant for 450 Myrtle Avenue to come up. That's the Maryhaven site. As they're coming up, and we asked for a presentation, just I guess, more or less a summary of the project, the key points. I guess, do you know if we have slides up or site plan and everything, or are they on boards? On boards, okay. So I think we probably have it, so we can probably bring it up on the screen, which is better for people. So while you're setting up or getting ready or getting organized, I'd just like to say, because this is a change of zone application, it's going to the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees really asked us for comments on this. There's a Board of Trustees hearing next week, next Wednesday at, I believe they start at 6, I think 6 o'clock, next Wednesday. That'll give the public the opportunity to ask questions. Because this is a work session, it's between the applicant and the planning board. But if you're thinking, well, maybe I'm here tonight I wanted to ask a question, so I guess I'll leave because I can't ask a question. It's actually advantageous to stay and listen to the presentation because the planning board has developed, or the planning department, I should say, for planning board review has developed a whole series of comments on this project. So it'll give you an idea of, where the planning staff and the planning board will stand and will reply to the village board when they're considering the approval of the change of zone. So unfortunately, we can't handle questions here, but there is the opportunity, and you may have seen the signs posted at the applicant's property announcing the public hearing with the date and time on it. Okay.
The decision is with the Board of Trustees.
Yes, the decision is the decision that's going to be made is the change of zone for this property, change of zoning, which is the responsibility of the Board of Trustees. Okay, all right. I guess you can start now. You were ready a long time ago, weren't you?
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Rosenberg, General Counsel. Thank you for this opportunity to address. And what we tried to do is give you somewhat of a curtailed presentation to give you the flavor, along with we've had some contact with planning and a number of questions that we're prepared to address tonight, as well as take any, thank you.
Better.
As well as take any questions that you might have. On the way here, we were given the planning board director's memo to your board. We really haven't had a chance to digest it, but during Andy's presentation previously, I did look through it, and we're going to try to present as much as we can tonight for you. What I'm going to do is give you a little background on Beechwood, give you a little background on the proposed development and our history. Then I brought 3 professionals with me. I brought Terry Elkowitz, who is from VHB, who's my environmental consultant. Terry prepared the fully expanded environmental assessment form, and that was pretty extensive. We had met with planning director, and he set forth what he would like us to study in addition to our experience of what this board and the Board of Trustees might find interesting. I have Kevin Walsh here, who's a civil engineer, and Kevin is going to go over some of the issues you just raised as far as drainage, as far as 100-year storm, things like that we have put into the plan. Then I have Pat Lenahan, who did a full-length traffic impact study that was guided by, once again, what Andy wanted us to cover. Lastly, Michael Dubb, who's sitting next to me, is the principal of Beechwood, and we're just going to show you an architectural. He'll give you his vision of the improvements going on.
Okay.
So, with a little direction, I think we can have a real good background for you to ask questions. The one thing I just want to pass on is the site plan is not the most recent site plan. It's very close. There is a gatehouse that came in. We'll post it here for you, but just wanted to let you know. But most of the information from that site plan was incorporated to the revised. Beechwood Homes, Long Island developer. Been on Long Island for 45 years. It's been in business, and primarily it was Long Island, did some city projects, recently expanded to Saratoga, as well as North Carolina. The headquarters of Beechwood is in Jericho. We use local trades, Long Island contractors. We use Long Island experts. We use Long Island material men. So really what comes down to is we're a Long Island company. However, we have grown. I've been with the company exclusively for 25 years. Before that, I was counsel to the company. The company now is ranked on Professional Builder in New York State as far as deliveries. The reason I say this is a big undertaking. We've done things similar before and very capable to do it in the future. The site is comprised of 2 tax lots, and it totals approximately 10 acres. Just for the record, it's tax map 206, section 13, block 1, lots 8.1 and 8.2. I wish I had this on, but I'm just going to describe to you what the aerial shows, because north of the property and the north boundary line is Belterre Road where it splits, and north of that is St. Charles Hospital. They have a parking lot, used to be a building there.
Could I just interrupt for a second?
Sure.
Can we get an aerial up, Google, even? That would help. That was quick. Yeah, actually, if you want to move the cursor around the site, the general, as we talk, maybe the streets, and just so people can get oriented. There you go.
That's
That's even
great.
better. Property lines.
So
Perfect.
So to the right side, on the easterly is Beltel Road, on the left side is Myrtle Avenue. This parcel is located in an area of the village that contains a mix of multifamily, residential, and institutional uses. Directly across on Belterre, there are 2 complexes, Fairfield, excuse me, Fairfield and Maple Creek. Those units are rentals, and it's approximately 16 units per acre. South of the property is the condo development of Canyon Creek, and west is associated, first is St. Charles, then single families, and some multifamilies further down the road. The property has been vacant now for approximately 5 years. It contains 3+ structures, and the structures total approximately 110,000 square foot. St. Charles put out an RFP to seek to sell the property. They had indicated that prior, Maryhaven had indicated that the cost to keep the property going and to maintain it was cost prohibitive. And then there was an awful lot of remediation that needed work concerning lead-based paint, as well as asbestos, as well as mold, as well as just generally dilapidated. So this gives you an idea of what Maryhaven looks presently. And inside, we've taken direct. So you can see the mold, you can see the asbestos. Bottom line, to remediate, you're talking to the tune of $5 to $6 million, and that's just to clean up the property. Thereafter, you need to restore it. Maryhaven previously anticipated it would cost them $10 million and decided we're going to sell it. Okay. Beechwood was one of a number of developers that responded. And then what had happened is they had a short list. And Beechwood was selected, and one of the reasons I believe is because we were the only developer that said we're going to do for sale housing. No apartments, no IDA. We wanted to do for sale. We knew there was a need in the village for that. Our records reflected that there only had been one new development in 25 years to our knowledge, and it just seemed to be a place where we could build a development and really fill a need for the village, for those people who have lived the village for years, paid their taxes, don't want to take care of their houses anymore, want the benefits of home ownership, but also want to stay in the village that they've supported for all those years. When we first were awarded, we had a false start. We met with the prior administration, and we were asked to save the existing building, and that comes with an enormous price tag, as I indicated. In order to be able to do that, in order to pay St. Charles the sales price, we needed increased density. And we devised a plan with the prior administration where we would build 4-story units and restore the building, and the building would have approximately 18 residential units in. We went to a meeting probably June 2.5 years ago, and the public, let's just say, rejected the density outright. And it was a somewhat difficult meeting, and at that point, what we tried to explain was the condition of the property was such that if we needed to restore it and to make the project viable, to be able to monetize this asset for Catholic Health, we had to come up with a more intense development. After the public rejected the plan, we went back to square one. Now we went to grassroots. We met with Canyon Creek Development directly to our south. We met with the Port Jeff Civic and showed them a plan. We heard from Canyon Creek and other residents that you didn't need the density because the building is not that important to us, which was a total change from what we had originally projected. So what we did was we now came in and we devised a new site plan, and that's the site plan that's above, that's right here, which shows 79 units. There are 25 townhouses, 27 flats, 1/1. There's a clubhouse. You'll see the green on both sides. We're going to go over that in depth a little bit, but the slopes, the nature, the big trees that you see from Belterre and from Myrtle are going to remain. We are building on the disturbed property. We are not hitting on the slopes. And one of the questions we have that I just noticed and we will address is, how can you build a retaining wall? How can you build your balconies without disturbing? So we did meet with our contractors, we met with the engineer, and we'll explain that to you also. This is a non-age restricted market rate condominium complex, meaning that, once again, and I can't stress this enough because I know the burden Village of Jeff residents have about taxes, there's no IDA. Based upon our records, in the last 8 years, there have been 8 IDA apartment projects in the village. Nothing against that, but it comes with IDA, which is reduced taxes. From day one, we're paying taxes. The benefit of this development is, as I said, we cater to empty nesters and we cater to perhaps young doctors, people that want to live in a luxury building in a community, yet don't want to take care of the exterior of the house and the snow removal, the streets, the light, the traffic inside. All of that is taken care of by the homeowners association. So a lot of people look at this and say, well, how do we know that the inside is going to be as nice as you say? And the answer is, everybody who's an owner is a member of the HOA, and the HOA is the one that's going to be taking care of those facilities. There are 13 buildings. 25 townhouses, 27 flats again. There's an 1,800 square foot clubhouse. We spoke about the slope, but due to the irregular shape of the property, we do need some area variances, but they're relatively minor in nature. Each unit's going to have a garage. The townhouse units will have 2 garages. We anticipate parking as required by the code is 158 units. We provided 250 spaces. Now that does include garages because the village code permits it. But I want you to know that the townhouses and the lower unit is going to have a basement. So the point is, right now we have 92 extra spaces. In our experience, Mr. Dove and myself look at this and say, we need parking. That's the biggest problem from a lot of our developments. So from the day one, we want that. It's connected to public sewer. It's connected to public water. The stormwater runoff is going to be collected on-site and recharged on-site via subsurface drainage structures, which are generally catch basins and dry wells. And as I said, Kevin's going to go over in depth that. In speaking to people, one of the things they wanted was to have a sidewalk. We were very sensitive to keeping as much of this site, the slopes, green without taking down trees. If this board, if the Board of Trustees chooses to have a sidewalk, we're happy to comply, but it's going to affect trees. Alternatively, there's a crosswalk at the beginning entrance of the property that we've come up with in one of the responses, but this is an ongoing discussion. I just want to say that it's not an issue. Whatever direction the village board wants, that's what we're going to do. We understand that. The slopes on Myrtle Avenue, on the lowest point, which is right here, there's a grade differential of 58 feet. As you go up Myrtle, it goes down to 8 feet. You're looking up, okay? So at the beginning, on the southerly side, you'd be hard-pressed to see anything, and we went out during, when the trees were down, when the leaves were down, to look. Having said that, we're more than happy to landscape with native vegetation that area to make sure that the views aren't shown from Belterre. Excuse me, on Myrtle. On Belterre, the slope starts at 17 feet directly south and goes up to 7 feet, and now you are looking down. One of the, we foiled and tried to get all the information we could. One of, I believe it's the architect committee said we're concerned about the rear. We'll show you what the rear looks like, but it's our goal to have a natural fence there, a natural scenic landscaping fence there that you won't be able to see through. In addition to the crosswalk and the sidewalks, we are pretty much open to any suggestions. You know, I've looked through the memo of the planning director, and a lot of those instances we can comply with. What I want to do now is I want to bring up 3 professionals. I know it's a work session. It's not going to be a formal, long presentation. I've asked them to get right to the gut. So, ironically, Terry Elkowitz, who's going to do the long form, is going to talk about comprehensive plans if you're not too sick of them yet. Okay? She's also going to talk about the existing zoning on this site. Kevin Walsh, the engineer, is going to talk about drainage, construction methods, and how we're going to build a retaining wall, and we're going to build balconies. Kevin's also going to talk about a 26-foot roadway because we had gotten input of questioning that. Pat Lenahan, who did the full traffic impact study, is going to address, in general, the traffic, but most importantly, I just read in the report, and it was mentioned to me previously, that Chapel Street, which is directly across, cannot be lined up with this roadway. We have our reasons why it's not. If the planning board or if the board of trustees wants it, we can shift things around. Nothing is in stone. One last point that we're going to address is there is one means of ingress and egress. The surrounding subdivisions have one method of ingress and egress. The code doesn't require more. Again, we're trying to save trees, and the topo is somewhat complicated. If the board wants to, we can always do a secondary traffic, but number one, it's not necessary. Number two, it's where an area where the grade is tremendously going down. And number three, we're going to be taking down more trees. And our goal here, and I watched the Board of Trustees hearing last time, is we know how sensitive you are to trees, and we're trying to save everything that's there. With your permission, I'm going to bring up my people. They're going to be brief, and then we're going to stick around. Any questions you might have?
Can I just ask a couple questions before we move on?
Sure.
Okay, you had mentioned that the Architectural Review Committee, I think you meant, was concerned about the rear of the property?
Yes, the rear of these units. They specifically called out that they were concerned about the rear and wanted to be within the process of designing the units.
I think that was the ones on Belterre Road, though, only possibly?
Yes, Belltel Road.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Because-
not the ones on Myrtle? Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
All right, and then my second question is, it's two pieces of property, and from what I understand, the second piece of property is where the old Crayon building used to be on Myrtle Avenue?
No,
No?
the two parcels are right there. This is the main parcel, which is 8.1. 9.1 is parcel right here to the right. 9.1 got a new designation because what they did was years ago, there was a widening of Belterre Road, so 10 feet has been dedicated to the village. Now, I did just notice in the comments that there was a discussion of a dedication of the area in front. Again, we are very flexible. We want to make this work. We've gone back to square one. We've gotten community input, and we believe this is a really good plan, but to the extent there are tweaks done, we're happy to do so and listen to any comments.
Thank you for clarifying that on the two
Before
parcels.
you go, would it be possible to, these will put up the elevations?
We're going to,
How are you going to?
yes. Terry, you want to come up? Why don't you put the elevations?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For those of you who I don't know, my name is Terry Elkowitz. I'm a senior principal at VHB. Our offices are at 100 Motor Parkway in Hauppauge. And as Mr. Rosenberg said to you, it was our office that was responsible for preparing the plans, the expanded environmental assessment form, and the responses to the preliminary site plan comments that we reviewed. So Mr. Rosenberg has asked that I just spend a few minutes discussing the recommendations that are in your current 2030 comprehensive plan update, and specifically those that are relevant to this proposed change of zone. And Mr. Freeling's presentation tonight was actually very fortuitous because some of his slides actually identified recommendations that exist in that current plan that support what we are trying to develop at this location. So the first discussion was in the vision statement of the comprehensive plan, and one of Mr. Freeling's slides had that specific quote, which said, "Create a range of housing types and opportunities for different household incomes." As Mr. Freeling's presentation also pointed out, over the past several years, since that comprehensive plan, which is currently in effect, was adopted in 2015, the village has seen significant housing development of predominantly rental apartments, including affordable rental apartments. However, there have been very few ownership condominium developments in the village, which translates to very few opportunities for those residents who may be aging and want to move out of their homes into a condominium development. Again, one of Mr. Freeling's slides today showed that the population of Port Jefferson continues to age. So this need continues to grow. Also, I'm not going to get into the data with you, but the expanded environmental assessment does have documentation about throughout Long Island, there's a dearth of condominiums available. The 2025 Element report showed that there has been a 26.4% decline in ownership condominium listings for sale on Long Island in the past 10 years, and a 13.6% reduction in the number of days that a condominium listing remains on the market. So that continues to show that there's a demand that is not being met. And there really is no question, based upon the demographics of Port Jefferson and the availability of units, that this type of housing is needed. The comprehensive plan also provides specific use recommendations, not for this particular parcel, because Maryhaven was still in operation when the comprehensive plan was prepared. But it does provide recommendations of land uses for what the plan calls the Belterre Road corridor between St. Charles Hospital and Mather Hospital. And what the plan specifically says is there are a number of apartment complexes and medical offices along Belterre Road. This district has grown into a medical office and apartment corridor. These uses should be encouraged between the two hospitals. So we respectfully submit that this recommendation is relevant and furthers support for this proposed change of zone. In addition to complying with relevant recommendations in the comprehensive plan, from a land use perspective, this proposed for sale condominium use serves as an effective transition between the St. Charles Hospital and institutional use to the north and the various residential uses that are around us. As Mr. Rosenberg pointed out, we have the rental apartments across Belterre Road. We also have Canyon Creek to the south-southwest and the terraces immediately to the south. Mr. Rosenberg also asked me just to discuss and clarify a little bit about the zoning. This property is zoned professional office, as are many of the properties around, as you go south. But what's interesting, and which was something that we discussed with the prior administration and this administration, is that the Maple Crest and Fairfield apartments are also in the professional office zone. And as you know, professional office doesn't allow those types of multifamily uses at those densities. So we submitted a FOIL request and we talked with Mr. Freeling, and what we all found was when Maple Crest and Fairfield was developed and when many of these properties were zoned for professional office, what that zoning actually was originally was called professional office apartment. And it allowed densities, obviously the densities across the street are over 15 units per acre. So it allowed multifamily development at that level. So respectfully, this requested change of zone is neither out of character with the area, nor is it out of character with zoning patterns. So based on this testimony, this summary, and the full submissions that we have made to you, I respectfully submit that the requested change of zone is supported by the vision and relevant recommendations of the village's comprehensive plan, and it is an appropriate and effective transitional use for this area. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Board questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Were you gonna, no?
I do, I don't know if you're the right one to ask.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what the density per unit is of the townhouse development that's immediately to the south of subject site?
Yes, Mr. Resner, I do, because actually we had all of that in our report. So as I said to you, across the street, it's a little over 15 units per
Right,
acre.
and I heard.
Canyon Creek is approximately 2 units per acre, and the terraces is approximately 2.8 units per acre. We're proposing 7.9 units per acre, which respectfully kind of falls in the middle.
may I just follow up on that
Sure.
question? So along those lines, what is the usable open space of the previously mentioned apartment?
I'm sorry, I believe you're Ms. Zimmerman.
Yes.
I don't understand what you mean by usable open space.
So you guys right now are only providing, it's required 1,500 square foot per unit, and you're providing 225 square feet per
Are you
unit
talking about
of
the
open
you're
space.
talking about the variance request?
Yes.
Okay.
So my question is,
Uh-huh.
is there something close by that also has that low of usable open space?
So I haven't done that analysis because that
Okay.
wasn't part of
Because
what we were.
We can talk about density, which is
Right.
fine, but the usable open space is a very
Right.
valuable
And-
part of
and
any kind of a apartment
Absolutely.
complex.
And we
And-
would be required before the zoning board to go through all 5 criteria, which would also require that we submit similar situations.
I'm just saying, between us, I don't think we have anything in this village that has this low of usable open space.
Oh, we'll be
Perhaps that's something to,
We'll be happy to get
Lori,
that information for the board.
that would be
I'm
great.
sorry, Laura, you're talking about open space for the residents of that complex to
Basically,
use.
all the area that's around
Mm-hmm.
the apartment complex that people could walk on or move around in. It's the open
Right,
space.
but, I mean, I'm not going to debate you, but you
Yeah.
do have to understand they are providing an 1,800 square foot clubhouse
Yeah.
and outdoor amenities as well.
Which is fine. So again, I also want to clarify that when we get into, I'm asking questions.
Oh, absolutely.
But when we're done, respectfully, if we could, then we are just, all we're trying to do today, right, is come up with our recommendation to the Board of Trustees. So once we're done with the back and forth and questions, then I respectfully ask that we're allowed to just communicate between the board so that we can come up with what our recommendations will be without input from the applicant.
Well, I think we have draft recommendations, so we'll go through those. Andy will
Okay.
will
But
quarterback.
I just
quarterback
would
that.
like to avoid any back and forth
Oh, yeah.
after
that's-
we're done
that's
with the
fine.
questions.
Yeah.
It's on. Oh,
Hi, Terry. I'm
Hi, how are you?
Good. Just came back to the planning board, so some of these answers the board might already know them. But of your 79 proposed units, are you proposing any affordable housing? As a lot of other municipalities propose 10%.
We're not proposing affordable housing in these units, no.
Okay. And with the recent increases in storms, approximately what rainfall event do you look
So
for?
Mr. Walsh, who is my partner and the civil engineer who designed this, is going to come up and do a presentation about stormwater and how much will be retained and recharged.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Square footage. Square footage, do we have that? Unit
Just to
sizes?
jump in, you can never
Yeah.
tell an attorney to shut up. Sorry about that. The code does provide, as far as open space, a payment to the village of $1,500 per unit. So to the extent that we're deficient, we'll be paying $1,500 per unit across the board without credit.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. Kevin Walsh from VHB Engineering, Chief Engineer, and have been involved in the design of this project, as Terry mentioned. And I've been asked to address a few specific topics on the engineering side for this unique property. I'll get right to stormwater management. That was one of the issues that was raised in some of the earlier meetings. The plan we have right now is designed for a 3-inch storage volume as per the village code. That does not take into account infiltration. Okay, that's strictly a volumetric storage. The ability of that system to contain the 100-year storm, which is actually about a 9-inch storm by DEC standards, depends on a combination of the storage volume and the infiltration rate of the soils over the course of the design storm. Okay. We're awaiting information on the actual infiltration rates for this site. That's in the works. But I've looked at some nearby projects that we've been involved in that we do have infiltration rates for. They're a little bit all over the place. They range from about 8 to 10 inches an hour to more than 400 inches an hour, depending on where you are. Obviously, the soil. Yeah, I'm getting to, yeah. Yeah, and we're proposing 3 inches per, 3 inches of volumetric storage. And then what will happen is we'll create the hydraulic modeling that hasn't been performed yet because we don't have the infiltration rates that are part of the stormwater pollution prevention plan documents. It will be a fully analyzed and documented part of the engineering submission when we get to that point. But in my experience, when we have infiltration rates anywhere north of 8 to 10 inches per hour, usually 2 to 3 inches of volumetric storage is sufficient to contain that rainfall. So we will be demonstrating in the SWIP documents that the 100-year storm, as defined by DEC, excuse me, will be contained in this system. And if it comes down to the fact that we have slightly less of an infiltration rate, then it simply means we have to add a little bit of storage to offset that pass-through of the runoff through the system and into the ground. So it will, I can stand up here and say that it will contain the 100-year storm. Okay. With respect to the retaining walls and the construction adjacent to slopes, along Belterre Road, and you can see on section AA on the left there, that's the retaining wall that we're proposing in the rear of those units along Belterre. What the wall allows us to do is to intercept that existing grade a lot closer to the buildings than we would otherwise be able to do if we were to just grade that area out without the retaining walls. If we were to eliminate those retaining walls and just grade the area out at a 1-on-3 slope, which is about the maximum you can do, it would require pretty much clearing everything all the way to the property line. I don't think it's shown on this particular version, but in the report that we submitted, there's a red line on that section AA that shows the 1-on-3 slope, and it essentially runs from the backyard all the way just about to the property line because that's where it ends up mathematically. That would have to be stabilized. There would be a risk of erosion problems because it's a fairly steep slope. So with the construction of the retaining wall, we're able to maintain that existing grade, maintain the existing vegetation, actually within the area that we show as the clearing limit, you know, with a little bit of a buffer, without having to take down any additional trees, stabilize any slopes, any of that kind of thing. Along the Myrtle Avenue side, and you can see that on section BB, the section demonstrates that by exposing the basement walls, the back of the units, we're able to land pretty much at existing grade. So as a result, there's not much of a need to disturb any of the slopes back there, certainly not beyond the clearing limit and the limit of the existing vegetation that we have shown there. Obviously, there's always going to be a little bit of disturbance in that area due to construction, but the intent is that all the work will be done from the inside of the site. We have had some preliminary conversations with Beechwood's construction staff regarding some of the details, as Mr. Rosenberg mentioned, for example, the decks that you see on there kind of protruding beyond the limits of the walls. And we're looking at various solutions to that, such as cantilevering those decks out from the building, which would eliminate the need for having posts that would have to be supported within the sloped area. So we're actively working on those construction issues now, and as we get more into the design, we'll have better and more solutions to that. But the intent, obviously, is that whatever construction methods can be employed to limit that disturbance is what we'll, excuse me, is what we'll be doing. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Are there flats on that side?
There are some flats on that side, yeah, where you see the units with 2 numbers, those are the flats.
It's a mix.
It's a mix, yeah, yeah. Lastly, kind of 2 related issues that Mr. Rosenberg mentioned, and I'll just touch on them in a little bit more detail. The roadway widths, typically you see 24 feet in a development of this type. We're showing 26 feet because that's what the fire code requires at hydrants. At this point, we know there are going to be a few hydrants around the interior of the property. We don't know where because we haven't worked that out with the fire marshal yet. So what we typically do is make the entire roadway 26 feet, gives us flexibility in where to do that. We don't have to play around with the road widths, and everything's ready to go. That width is more than sufficient for the two-way traffic, and that includes emergency vehicles, aerial ladders, and things of that sort, based on the biggest piece of equipment that the local fire department has. We model those around the site, we run them around the site, and that's why you see the interior curb radii that you see on there, because we've determined that we could design around the turning movements of those trucks and make sure that they're easily accommodated within there. We don't want to make the roads any wider. Sometimes you see them pushed out to 30 feet or so, because that type of thing tends to encourage on-street parking, which is not something that is intended to be permitted in this development. The secondary access that Mr. Rosenberg mentioned, I would just note that the state fire code only requires a secondary access for multifamily sites of more than 100 dwelling units. Obviously, at 79, we don't have that condition. And again, as you mentioned, if it were determined that we absolutely had to have that secondary entrance, really the only place that makes sense is down here at the southeast corner, where you could connect to that dead-end road off of Belterre. But as mentioned, that would require a substantial amount of additional clearing. There's about a 14-foot difference in grade at that exact point. We could snake in a roadway that would meet the 10% maximum grade for the fire trucks, but it would involve a lot of clearing, a lot of grading, most likely some retaining walls, and all of that would take place right along the property line adjacent to the condominium development on the south, which obviously they would not appreciate. And again, none of the other nearby multifamily developments have that secondary access, and the site as it stands right now does not have a secondary access. We believe that the entrance configuration we have gives us a couple of options. They can certainly come in the wider entry. If for some reason they weren't able to use that main entry, they can come in on the exit side. There's enough width there to get a truck through there. And, I have many volunteer firefighters in my family. They go where they have to go. Okay. So that covers the engineering issues as I understood them. If you have any questions, I'll take them. Otherwise, I would, yeah, sure.
Is the site currently connected to the public sewer system?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. No other questions from me. I'll reach right to Pat.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. Can I push this up a little bit? All righty. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Patrick Lenahan. I am the Director of Mobility at VHB's Hauppauge office. You may know me as the Director of Transportation, but for some reason they changed my title, but I woke up just the same. So you're going to get the same old Pat. I hope that's okay. As part of VHB's efforts on the project, my team prepared a comprehensive traffic impact study for the proposal, which was submitted with the application package. That traffic study is in keeping with the nature of the residential development, the size of the residential development, and some conversations with planning as to the scope of the project, as to the scope of the study. Specifically, this study looked at the AM weekday peak time period, the PM weekday peak time period, and the Saturday midday peak, consistent again with a residential development. As is the case with most of these studies, we looked at existing conditions, we looked at future conditions with and without the site traffic, we looked at site access, circulation, safety concerns, etc. To make a long story short, the conclusions of the study, looking at the intersections and driveways, as far as intersections, We looked at Main Street at Myrtle Avenue. We looked at Myrtle Avenue and our site driveway, as well as the driveway across the street for the St. Charles Hospital. And we looked at Myrtle Avenue and Belterre Road, a signalized intersection just to our east. So as detailed in the traffic study, it is the firm conclusion is that we are not going to have a significant impact on area traffic conditions. The nature of the multifamily and the traffic that it generates just is not large enough to have a significant impact. Of course, we look forward to the village's review. There were a couple of issues, as we noted, that we've become aware of early in the review process. One is the driveway location. Mr. Rosenberg mentioned it. The driveway is offset from the hospital driveway, I'd say roughly 65 feet or so. So, early in the design process, we looked at that particular condition, as we always do. We looked at guidelines. The DOT has guidelines for driveways, but those are driveways that are on the same side of the street. They really don't deal with things on the other side of the street. So there are two kinds of offsets when you look at driveways on either side of a road. And I like to call them the good direction and the bad direction. The good direction is this one. Because with this one, if you were to arrive from opposite directions on Belterre Road to make a left turn into the hospital and a left turn into our site, those vehicle paths don't cross. If you were to take our two driveways and kind of flip them, you have a condition where you could get two left-turning vehicles arriving simultaneously that get in each other's way. That's not the case here, if you could imagine. So the other thing we look at is sight distance. The sight distance from one driveway to the other is clear. So folks that pull up to Belterre Road simultaneously, they will see each other, just like if they were across the street. And we looked at the history. The site that we're looking at now was occupied by some 400 and change individuals and hundreds of staff on a daily basis up until maybe 2020 or so. So, while I didn't have the opportunity to count it, I haven't heard anything about any issues with the way the driveway was performing. And, in this particular situation, the traffic that we're going to look at is going to be significantly lower than what those hundreds of employees would be generating at that driveway. One of the other issues was the roadway width, and Kevin did a nice job on that. I just wanted to add one more thing. We like to keep the roadways on the narrow side, but functionally appropriate, including the fire apparatus, because the wider we make them, people tend to drive faster. So, 26 foot meets the fire apparatus requirements, and it does keep us on the narrow side. And as he said, we've done a number of these at 24 feet, and they operate just fine.
May I ask a question
Absolutely.
about fire trucks and turning radiuses? Looking at your site there,
I might have to pull Kevin back up.
those two lower dead-end areas, obviously there's a fire truck could not turn around and have to back up. Does that meet the code?
Yeah, it does. The limitation is anything over 150 feet of a dead end, you have to have a turnaround, a hammerhead or a traffic or whatever. These are well less than 150 feet, so it's an easy maneuver.
Yeah.
I forgot to ask you a question. Sorry. While you're up here, yes. I'm sorry. I blanked on your name,
Kevin Walsh.
Kevin Walsh. In the response so the Board of Trustees assumed lead agency, and so they sent out letters to all of the affected departments. And Suffolk County Department of Health, their response wasn't all that positive. Just as it is, do you anticipate actually getting approval
Yes.
from them?
Yes,
There's-
absolutely, yeah.
Okay. I
they're-
was very I was very surprised by their wording.
I wasn't because they
Okay.
don't have an application.
That's what
So
I
until such
assumed.
time as they have an application
Okay.
pending, they're not gonna put a lot of effort into.
Great. I've never seen that wording before, and it
Right.
just seemed so negative.
Right.
I just wanted to know.
Right, we have public sewers, so the health department
Yeah.
isn't even gonna have a major role in the review.
Okay.
The DPW will.
So basically, they're just saying, go
Yeah.
away until you give
Until
us.
you have an
okay.
application,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Okay. Any traffic questions?
Yeah. As you know, I reviewed the traffic study. I apologize for you just getting the comments today. It takes a little time because there's staff here that has to go through them and incorporate them in a larger,
Understood.
larger memo.
But, you know,
Um,
I did look through them briefly and I knew it was you. Oh, that's a
Okay.
good thing. That's a good thing.
All right. The comment on the aligning the entrance driveway and the hospital exit was really based on left turn traffic coming onto Myrtle Avenue. So if you have left turners leaving your site and a lot of left turns come out of the hospital because it's a combination of hospital traffic. On Sundays, there's extensive church traffic. We don't expect you to look at Sunday, but there's a lot of vehicles coming out of there. And those left turners, so if you're envisioning coming out of the site, you're, I think, how far? 60 feet from?
65 or so feet
From-
you know, close curb to close curb. So
Right, right. So a little further for
a
the
little further
driver
for
to
these
look.
left turns, yeah.
So somebody coming out of the site, looking left and right out of your site for a gap in traffic has to kind of look at the signal at Belterre Road. You also, when the light's green on Belterre Road, you have vehicles turning left and coming quickly. Make the left turn, come quickly to that roadway. So the thought there was, let's move that into one single intersection, which also allows the left turners coming out of the hospital and the left turners coming out of your site to look at each other at the same time and make a turn at one intersection. So that was the thought on that. The other one, I asked the question about the count data. MyoVision, when you use cameras, typically does the whole day. You order the hours you want during the day. I don't know if you had a chance to,
Unfortunately, I think and I'll check, but
yeah,
I believe the camera was put up and programmed to start at 7 o'clock.
okay, all right. Because the thought there was there's a lot of traffic, because I happen to go through the intersection a lot between around 7 o'clock, and I know there's a lot of people trying to make the hospital for their shift to start at 10 to 7, quarter to 7. There's a heavy traffic on northbound Belterre Road to make that left turn into the hospital. And you also have people leaving and parking in the parking lot across the street. There's a lot going on there at the same
Yeah,
time.
so the reason we chose the hours that we did obviously is because of the type of development we have, and I understand there could be some more activity at the hospital, in the half hour prior to what we looked at. But just hypothetically, if we were to look at that half an hour, I would have to take my site traffic and squeeze it down, perhaps significantly, because at 7:30 in the morning, the majority of people are not leaving yet.
You have a little less traffic
It
then.
might be
Yeah,
significantly less.
Yeah.
Some days I'm still in bed.
Okay, and then the other thought was the afternoon the school comes out, the elementary school east of there comes out and dismisses at about 3:20, I think.
Yeah.
And that's also the time when I believe there's a hospital shift, because if you go down Belterre Road to North Country Road, I think both hospitals change at 3 o'clock, which is, not desirable. And so you got a significant backup there. So that was the thought there. There's a lot going on. And I don't know the history of the arrow. The arrows popped up on left turn arrows
Right.
on Myrtle, and other than school bus traffic heading in that direction, and the time period for those is very short. I mean, they're set for sometimes the arrow comes on for 5 seconds. You barely have time to notice the arrow's on, then it's off. So yeah, if you should take a look at that though.
Okay. The 3:30 and the school, that's the same really discussion as the early
Right.
AM. So
Right. Yeah.
I'll take a look. the operation of Belterre at Myrtle is unique. For instance, the eastbound arrow appears to be controlled by the westbound through lane. If there's no one in the westbound through lane, the arrow does not come on. So you will understand.
okay,
I
yeah,
apologize for getting
yeah.
in the weeds a little bit, but
Yeah.
the NEMA functioning of a traffic signal, this one is very far removed from that.
Yeah,
So if it's a little weird looking, you're not the only one.
yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you noticed that.
School busing. If there was, since this is non-age restriction, and there could be school children that live here, a few things. One, have you done an analysis, possibly how many school-age children? And two, would buses go through this complex, or would the school bus be up on Myrtle? And three, are you aware of any current school bus pickup in this area?
I don't believe there's a school bus stop anywhere near our driveway now. It wouldn't make any sense. You have school-age children? Okay. As far as whether the bus would come in, I think that's a school district issue, but I should say that the school bus handles maneuvers more easily than the largest fire truck. So were the school bus to come in, it wouldn't have an issue.
Yeah, and Mr. Rosenberg, I believe, has the info on the other question that you asked about the number of children anticipated in the development.
The number of children is anticipated anywhere between 8 and 12 based upon the computation, based upon our experience. As far as the school bus, I had a conversation with Sean Leister, who is the deputy superintendent of the school district. He's the head financial man. And we went over specific numbers with him, but more importantly, I asked him exactly what you asked about a school bus. And he says the school bus will go within the community for pickups as necessary. So depending on the amount of kids and all, we fully expect them to come into, and we verified that with them. That takes care of what you were asking. As far as school-age children, I just want to stress, it's 79 homes, it's not age restricted. It's a combination of 3 and 2 bedroom. And typically, the variable that we see is maybe 0.12 from the Rutgers study. And that would come out to be something like 10 or 12. Our experience, Beechwood, doing a lot of these communities, non-age restricted, the actual number of children is much less, surprisingly. I think I covered what you had asked.
I have one more
Okay.
question for you. I didn't have a chance to look at your traffic analysis, and you said there were no issues, but did you require any signal timing changes at the nearest light for any mitigation members, or you didn't have to touch the light at
No.
all?
We didn't have to touch it.
Not even the infuriating eastbound from Myrtle crossing Belterre
Correct.
with that stupid left-hand turn lane that is also the straight lane, the through lane, whatever you call it.
Oh, the
Sorry,
eastbound,
I just
yeah.
had to say something. Drive me
That's
crazy.
fine.
Yeah.
I don't know who did it.
People come if you're not going because
It's disappointing that there isn't a right turn, oh, well, sorry. If you're on Belterre Road heading north, there should be a left turn arrow at that point going down Myrtle Avenue, because I was on that road yesterday and my niece left before I did, so I thought she was way gone, but she was still waiting at the light to make a left-hand turn. So. Put
Ray,
it
you
into the
talked about
trustees'
that, right?
head.
Which specific
Um,
left turn was that?
On Belterre Road,
Mm-hmm,
heading north,
mm-hmm,
taking a left-hand turn onto Myrtle Avenue to come down
mm-hmm.
to Main Street.
Yeah, it's tough to get through there sometimes when
it's
there's
tough.
heavy lefts, because the lefts and the through traffic are jumbled together.
Mm-hmm.
And the one left turner at the beginning, if he's waiting for cars coming the other direction, it's backing up the through.
That's
There's
exactly
not enough
what's
room there.
happening. Yeah.
So that's one of the comments I didn't talk to you about, but there's a sketch attached to it.
Right, now,
So-
which I haven't had the opportunity to look at.
I understand.
In terms, in terms of this project, which is, what we're looking at, I think the that left turn is heaviest in the morning because folks are probably dropping into the St. Charles parking lot or heading down to Main Street. But the morning, that northbound left from
Yeah.
Beltane to
Well-
Myrtle is highest. Those volumes work and the way that this residential development will work are reversed. In the morning, our people are leaving and they're not in that turn, except for 4 in an hour,
Mhm.
which is,
Yeah.
1 every 10 minutes. So the existing condition may be something that's a little frustrating once in a while, but you wouldn't notice it get worse.
Yeah, I did see, but I did not comment on the left turn, left and right turns on Myrtle at State Route 25A, which actually showed a drop in level of service to level of service E. It
Mhm.
wasn't a big time,
That was,
average delay time, it was like 4 seconds, but it knocked you over level service E. So I did not comment on that because there isn't much you can do there. And this project does not generate that much traffic, so we wanted to focus really on the intersection
Gotcha.
closest to the site
Yeah,
where you
it's-
would have more impact.
it's, that's the consequences of being right at that threshold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not, a motorist probably wouldn't notice. It's a paper. It's on paper.
Yeah, and there isn't a lot you can do. There's parking in front of the church that's allowed and funerals, and you can't squeeze a left turn lane in there going, I
Going
guess that's
west.
eastbound on 25A, which is really south, to make or Main Street, to make a left turn onto Myrtle. But,
Okay,
yeah, we understand each other there.
okay. Anything else?
I have nothing.
Righty, thank you.
Sorry,
Oh.
just one.
Oh, Gil.
I'm going to pull a Columbo on you. The bus stop on the north side of Myrtle, I believe, is mirrored on the other side of the road for, as the bus returns. Will that impact? I mean, it's not all that often, but will that impact such that you need to create some kind of pullover for the bus?
There's, I think that's the S51.
Yeah, I think so.
It's odd, you can see the companion post on our side of Myrtle,
Right.
but the sign is missing. So
Right.
I'm not sure it's used very much at all.
You didn't take the sign, did you?
No, there.
I really don't want to say, but,
Yeah, as long as you've looked at it, that's all.
Yeah.
That's all I was asking. And then a question, if I could, for Kevin, real quick. When looking at the drainage calculations, and I look forward to seeing the plans, will there be any additional storage available above grade to allow? Like sometimes in parking lots, when some of your calculations and storage is above the grate.
Yeah, I understand
Um,
what you're saying. A ponding area
Right.
at the low points. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, we don't design for that, but the fact is we have a lot of low points.
Okay.
Believe it or not, a very flat site within the interior. So I would expect that, there will be plenty of low points that will have some
Some volume.
some
Yeah.
unofficial storage above the level.
Okay.
But yeah, the intent, excuse me, of the stormwater management, stormwater pollution plan is that we're gonna run that hydraulic analysis that I mentioned, and it's gonna show that we don't even reach the top of the rims. That's the
Right.
intent. We'll
Right.
adjust the storage as necessary, so we don't even get to the rims.
Okay, because we've had some issues in the past. One on Thompson where the hospital's recharge basin blew out and washed out
Oh.
downtown.
Well aware of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. And then my
A
last,
lot of other issues involved.
yeah, okay. And then last question is just, has any consideration been made in the architectural design that might allow some reuse of the brick on the building, on the new facades, whether it's reusing it or somehow maintaining the original, I don't know. Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fair question. We'd certainly consider it.
Yeah, I don't know how much,
What we did do was keep the,
You want to come up to the mic, if you don't mind?
Good evening, Michael Dubb. I'm the Beachwood Organization CEO. One of the things we did is we kept the entranceway, which was kind of made a statement in itself, but in the demolition of the building, if we can salvage that brick and use it, number one, it'd be cost effective. Number two, I'd be happy to do it. Okay, thank
Maybe
you.
for the clubhouse or the community house.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Listen, I would really like to keep some remnant of what was once there, so I think it's a good point, and we'll see if we can incorporate it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Any other board questions? All right, Andy, do you want to come up and give us a summary of the?
Would you like
go
me to
ahead.
describe the units, the housing? Or
Sure,
you
go
guys?
ahead. Yeah.
So basically, I've been doing this almost 40 years, and I actually been doing it before the term 55 and over housing came in vogue. So what I found, and I made the statement 25 or 30 years ago, was if I never built another single-family home on Long Island, but I could build homes for young people to start in communities and have a foothold, and more important, for older people who lived in communities and raised their kids, paid their taxes, and didn't want to leave, that would be enough. And that's primarily what I've been building all these decades. So essentially, different people have different needs in terms of housing. So mostly, you get a lot of snowbird type people here on Long Island, and that's really where the genesis of the over-under comes. Somebody who needs 2 bedrooms might be here 6 months a year and then head south. So they're 2-bedroom over-under units. And then more for people who are living here year-round and maybe still working. And that's kind of where the townhome comes from. As Mr. Rosenberg said, they're 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom homes. So it's similar, I think if you look at the intersection of 347 and 111, where that hospital laid foul for years and years, similar mix, similar product there. And we built several of these communities around the Smithtown area and all around Long Island. So that's really, I'm happy to answer any specific questions. And there was one thing, and I'm probably putting my foot in my mouth because I usually do, asked about saving some open space for the public. I think that was your question. So the plan is designed to have a fence along Belterre Road. But one of the directives that we had here was design a program where we don't take any trees down. So our goal was to take no trees down, and I think we did that. So all of the tree buffers are being saved. I have no problem moving the fence off the road so that the public, if they want to walk, and I've actually built walking paths around some of the communities, I have no problem doing that to give the public the ability to, walk in some of those treed areas and enjoy them. So if you guys have any other questions for me.
For the rough square footage of the units, please.
Yeah, I actually have it written down, but the flats range from about 1,300 to 1,600, 1,700 feet. And keep in mind, the reason you have the variation is the lower unit has the 2 garages, so that takes away from the livable square footage of the lower home. So the upper unit in the flats are bigger than the lower. And then the townhomes are, I'm going to say, within 100 feet either way of 2,100 feet. And that's not including the garage area. The townhomes would have a master bedroom down and typically a den and another bedroom upstairs. So when the grandchildren come, you have a place to put them.
Question on the flats and the townhomes, will they be sprinklered for fire suppression?
Yes, they're required to be sprinklered when they're multifamily like that. The townhomes are not required, but they'll be in individual buildings. It's just fire code.
price point?
I think, we'd like, and the biggest problem with construction these days is, runaway costs that we can't get our hands around and, getting everything. I think if you said to me, where would you like to be today? I would say in the flats, probably in the eights. For the townhomes, probably, over $1 million.
And just rough idea, real estate taxes per unit.
I'm gonna let,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let Rich answer that, but I think he'll explain to you that it's tax positive for everybody. But I'll let Rich answer that. I'm just a dumb builder. Thank you.
Go ahead.
As for the taxes, it's estimated right now, based upon 2 years from now, assuming the 2-3% that's been increasing, we figure the units would be approximately averaging $10,000. So it would become somewhere around $800,000. Out of that, the village would get 1,200. The school district gets the majority, as we all know, and it's based upon our numbers. And Terry had reminded me, we actually had 160 unit development in Kings Park, not age restricted. We just checked. There's 4 kids. Just wanted to say one last thing. This is for recommendations to the Board of Trustees. We're going to be back before you for site plan. So all the input, we're happy to go, and we are very committed to this development and getting input. So we're very open to whatever ideas you guys might have.
Okay. Andy, you want to come up and hit the key points? Whether you want to be at the table or the podium, it doesn't matter. Can we take those renderings, kind of put them a little bit so the public can see them? Maybe put them underneath the photo, maybe? The public really can't see what we're looking at. Yeah, that's better. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. I have a 14-page staff report that you'd like me to go through briefly. So I will, as you can see, the report is broken down into 4 sections: a brief description, a more detailed description of the project, an analysis of the project, which takes into consideration the comprehensive plan, the existing zoning regulations, the potential environmental impacts, the public input, and additional observations by the board and staff, as well as the final section, which is recommendations. Unless you disagree, I'll skip the brief description. I think you heard that from the applicant. I think the applicant also, in addressing section 2, the more detailed description of the project, I think you've gotten that. If you want me to go back, I can try and answer some of the more detailed questions, but I think the applicant addressed that. So I would skip right to page 3 then on the analysis, if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay. So as we've noted, the Board of Trustees has referred this matter to the Planning Board for recommendation back to the Board of Trustees on the change of zone. So we've heard a lot of detail tonight, which isn't necessarily a criteria for the change of zone. It might fall into a category under the environmentals or something like that. But really, when you look at guidance for a change of zones, there's really 4 topics you want to address, or at least advise the Board of Trustees on. That's the consideration of the comprehensive plan, consistency or consistence with the existing zoning regulations, the potential environmental impact, and public input. So with regard to the consideration of the comprehensive plan, as we heard, the plan does not specifically identify subject properties, and there are no recommendations for the future use of the site. There were some specific recommendations for the PO district, but those were categorized or intended to assist bringing in more professional office into the area, shrinking back some of the dimensional requirements, area requirements, things like that. But there were no recommendations on this particular property I don't think that at the time they did the master plan, they envisioned that Mary Haven would leave the site. As I said, the comprehensive plan didn't consider the termination of the Mary Haven use. The applicant did indicate that in the comprehensive plan, while there were no specifics for the site, it did write about the PO zone and that the district has grown into the medical office and apartment corridor, and the comprehensive plan suggests that these uses should be encouraged between the two hospitals. A review of the land use map for this area shows that the subject properties are contiguous with existing high-density residential uses. Parker, can you bring up the land use map? So we're not talking about the zoning of the property right now. We're talking about the land use around the property. And the land use, Suffolk County Planning Department categorized all of Suffolk County in land uses. And as you can see around the subject property, Parker, if you put it, okay, the subject property is zoned, is that the land use map, Parker? Or is that the zoning map? That's the zoning map. So what I will tell you and what you'll see is that the land uses around the subject property turn out to be high-density residential, which is what the applicant is proposing. So along the corridor of land use, scroll down, Parker, let me just see the heading of that map. The other way, scroll up, sorry. So that's the zoning, we want the land use. Yeah, it's in the, in all the attachments to that, there is the land use map in there, so without belaboring the point, the applicant is proposing high-density residential, which end caps that edge of Belterre Road. Okay, so it is consistent with the surrounding land use. Okay, let's talk about the zoning regulations. The applicant does indicate that the property is not consistent with RM zoning regulations, and they have at least 7 variances that they need when they apply the zoning, RM zoning, to the subject property. Some of them are minor, but some of them are, in my opinion, self-created. The minimum lot depth, they can't handle. The lot area per dwelling required, it's required to be 5,500 square feet. They provide 5,493 square feet per unit. So they come up short a little bit on each unit, not an entire unit in total, but each unit is a little bit short. The front yard setback, they really can't handle because of the site, but the distance between the principal buildings, it's required to be 52.5 feet. They provide 25 feet between the buildings. There's a maximum lot coverage required of 20%. They're providing 30.2% of lot coverage. And the usable open space per dwelling unit, which was brought up, is 1,500 square feet per unit. They are providing 225 square feet per unit, but they're also contributing to provide a payment in lieu of obtaining the variance for the remainder of the open space per dwelling unit. In staff's opinion that the variances may indicate an over-intensification of the use of the property. There is a flat area of the property. There's only a certain amount of area that can be developed, and the applicant has brought their concept to this area and has squeezed it into that area. So there may be some room to rearrange the site, but that's more to the site planning and not necessarily to the zoning, but to the answer of the question, are they consistent with the zoning? We would have to say they're not consistent with the proposed zoning that they're recommending. With regard to potential environmental impacts, the applicant did provide a full environmental assessment form as part of their petition. The board would be required to prepare the Part 2. We went ahead and reviewed the Part 2. We found some items that were a potentially large impact, not necessarily, but potentially large, and those categories were the impact on land, impact on noise, odor, and light, because there will be demolition and there will be construction noise, impact on health, because, again, the demolition plan may have issues, rodents moving off-site as the buildings are demolished, noise, vibration, dust, and odor. These are all related to human health, so we had to click that off. Consistency with the community plans. The action is inconsistent only because it's requesting a zone change, and then consistent with community character. So we'll go into this a little bit more, but the proposed action may replace, this is the language of the part two, the proposed action may replace or eliminate existing facilities, structures, or areas of historic importance to the community. So we check that off as being a potentially large impact. In anticipation of the staff reviewing the part two, the applicant submitted their expanded full environmental assessment form. They took a more a harder look at a lot of these issues. And they did a deeper evaluation of most of the identifiable potential environmental impacts. They addressed the site conditions. They addressed the site history. The analysis also included potential environmental and planning impacts. And their conclusion was that the proposed action was intended to measure and to avoid or minimize the impacts to the environment. And as I indicated, they expanded upon land use and zoning, and the petitioner concluded with land use and zoning that the impacts to land use and area character would be beneficial. With regard to the visual impacts, the applicant noted that line of sight analysis and from adjacent residential development was adequate, that there was no line of sight analysis provided for views from Belterre Road or southeast from Myrtle Avenue. So when we say the line of sight analysis, we're talking about the sight from adjacent properties into the property, not traffic line of sight, but views from the property. They did not include views from Myrtle Road or Belterre Road. Most of the views that they provided were from the adjacent communities. Okay, with regard to traffic, the petitioner did submit a traffic impact study. We heard a little discussion on some of the comments from the buildings and the associated parking. All the new construction is to be constructed in the previously disturbed area, characterized by cut and fill land. So we heard a little bit about the percolation coefficients, if you will. We did a little bit of a dive into the cut and fill land, but we'll wait for the engineer to provide the specifics on his percolation calculations and any additional soil borings. We did have some soil borings on site, which we provided in the staff report just to show back in, I didn't go into this, but back in 1988, Soil Mechanics did some soil borings around some of the older buildings and reported that they didn't hit groundwater till about 27 feet below the surface. Okay, with regard to ecological resources and clearing, in the EAF, the document observed that the subject property has been heavily altered by development since 1930, and currently it exists of vacant institutional-style buildings, pavement, landscaping, and infrastructure surrounded by wooded slopes. The ecological review identified 5 ecological community types on site, going from urban structure exterior to the coastal oak laurel forest that is surrounding the subject property. It was noted in the EAF that the development portions of the site support only common grasses, clovers, and weedy plants, along with some ornamental landscaping, trees, and shrubs. The perimeter forested area supports oak-dominated woodlands. There are no wetlands on site. The wildlife consists mainly of suburban adapted species. There are no rare, threatened, or endangered species observed on site or reported in the EAF, expanded full environmental assessment form. The New York Natural Heritage Program, the applicant relays to us, indicated that northern long-eared bat habitat is generally associated with oak forests, but there are no records of this species existing within 3 miles of the site. And the property does contain potential nectar sources for monarch butterflies, a species proposed for federal listing. The EAF also includes a comparison of the proposed Country Point project with prior residential concepts and an as-of-right professional office zoning district alternative. There is a matrix and an analysis in the EAF. The petition demonstrates in a comparative table, that's page 2 on part 10 of the expanded EAF, that the proposed Country Point Port Jefferson development would result in lesser impact than the prior 179-unit residential concept or a medical office development. So that's the environmental review. With regard to the public input,
Wait, may I just quick on that?
Yes.
Was the final recommendation that this type of use, let's not even talk about this. Let's talk about if it was changed to RM from PO, it would have less of an environmental impact than staying with.
the as-of-right use that they provided under the
Right. I
PO
just-
zone. Yes,
That's what the conclusion was.
yes,
on
less
that.
impacts than the as-of-right use in the PO
Okay.
zone or the prior development proposal.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to jump in.
No, that's okay. That's why I'm here. Okay, so with regard to public input, the Board of Trustees did do a secret coordination for lead agency. So they put out a broadcast of letters to various involved agencies or those agencies that might issue a permit, and interested agencies, those agencies that might be interested in what's going on the site and might have something to say. We put that out. We received 3 responses. One response was the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. We spoke about that a little bit. They had no objection to the Board of Trustees of the Incorporated Village of Port Jefferson being deemed lead agency for the environmental review. The department noted that they had not received an application, and they indicated that the project sponsor should submit an application and that they would give a more detailed response. They also indicated that while at the Department of Health Services, they should also go to the sewer agency. We heard a little bit discussion about they have a connection. They just need to reauthorize, reopen, and pay the connection fee on that. And they need to go and get that health department approval. So the health department approval will discuss the wastewater as well as water supply. The Village Architectural Review Committee did respond to the secret coordination. They indicated that the committee has no objection to the Board of Trustees' declaration of the intent to become lead agency, but in addition, the ARC did provide feedback with regard to a few items. One on the environmental impact, historical architecture, the proposed design, and the neighborhood impact. Summarizing the ARC with regard to environmental impact, quoting the ARC, the committee encourages proper study of the soil conditions and building foundation strategy to ensure that subsidence risk to downhill sites are not exacerbated. I think that when we do get the site plan, we will take a look at the cantilever design and the lack of posts along the edge of the slopes. And we'll take a harder look on how that might be impacted. But so the ARC just from their perspective and environmental review, they just wanted to make sure that whatever happens there, there's no exacerbation of the subsidence on the slopes. With regard to historical architecture, the ARC states that the existing architecture at the center of the site is, quote, historic and architecturally notable. The and repurposing at least the central portion of the historic structure. In addition, the ARC believes that the pair of masonry pillars and wing walls at the entrance to the property is also, if you will, iconic, my word, and they also strongly encourage that they be kept. With regard to the proposed design, they also note 2 points of vehicular access would be desirable. They indicate that architectural designs have not been submitted, as we know, but the ARC strongly recommends that the rear facades of the typical units, in addition to their fronts, should be well articulated and designed at the rear of the units because they will be most visible to the public through the vegetated buffers along Myrtle Avenue and Belterre Road. Public roadways, Belterre, and particularly Myrtle Avenue. Assuming lead agency, they provided their primary concern was the fate of the original historic building, and they provided a 2-page letter with 10 pages of attachments supporting the additional position of the Historical Society that, quote, "To this end, we believe any development at the Maryhaven site should incorporate preservation and sensitive renovation of this historically important and architecturally beautiful building." The petitioner responded to some of these comments by providing Appendix C, historical documents in the attachments to this report. So that is within the attachments to this document. We did not summarize that. We believe that the petitioner has the information in that report if you wanted to read it, or if you wanted to talk to the petitioner at the work session on how they responded.
Quick question. Is the current building's not landmarked by SHPO or local in any way,
No, it
shape,
is
or
not.
form? Okay.
So there were additional observations made by the staff and the board with regard to parking. There is an excess of 92 spaces. Staff felt that excess space, which may be land banked, could also be used to readjust some of the buildings if those spaces were not deemed to be needed. So they have 92 extra spaces, which equates to some area, and that area might be used to juxtapose some of the buildings to better do the site plan. Again, that would be something under site plan, but the point is that there may be some extra space to move around some of the buildings. There was some concern about emergency access. I think we talked about the second access to the site. There was some concerns with regard to retaining walls, specifically, units 20 through 23 and 50 through 52. But I think, again, we heard some discussion about how that will be addressed, and those are site plan elements. But we do need detailed engineering input for the installation of the retaining walls, and that will be necessary for the further review. They provided, we suggested, and they have since provided a slope analysis for the entire subject property. We indicated that a SWIP, a stormwater pollution prevention plan, would be required. They are offering to provide it, so the engineering on that would be reviewed when submitted. And staff also indicated that a demolition plan, including details on controlling the noise, vibration, dust, odor, and anything else, should be part of a submission. Okay, so as we heard on August 1, the Beechwood organization came in and met with some village officials. We talked about some of the other issues. And as I indicated, they attached their response to preliminary site plan comment for Country Point at Port Jefferson. That is also in the attachments. So the next couple of pages really just page 12 and 13 just goes back to their response, which I think you've heard from the applicant today. So then we come to section 4. So I went through this much faster than I thought, so I'd be happy to go back and go over anything if you want. But we get to the recommendations. So as we know, the applicant has submitted an amended verified petition to the Village of Port Jefferson Board of Trustees for a change of zoning classification from professional office district to moderate density RM district, moderate density residence RM district, conceptually including a 79-unit owner-occupied market rate condominium development. The Board of Trustees have referred the matter of the change of zone request by Beechwood LLC to the Port Jefferson Village Planning Board for an advisory opinion. As noted above, the criteria to weigh a change of zone request focuses on several key points, and as I indicated, consideration of the comprehensive plan, consistence with existing zoning regulations, potential environmental impacts, and public input. So with regard to the consideration of the Port Jefferson Comprehensive Plan, the board should consider and recommend to the Village Board of Trustees whether the proposed change of zone is consistent with the comprehensive plan, notwithstanding the recommendations of the PO District and the Village of Port Jefferson Comprehensive Master Plan Update, Chapter 8, does not specifically identify or make specific recommendations for the subject properties, and there are no recommendations for the future use of the site. In the staff report, though, we talk about other comments from the comprehensive plan. The board should also deliberate and make a recommendation on the consistence with the existing zoning regulations. Staff notes that there's a potential over-intensification of the use of the premises as identified by the various zoning variances that would be required. It is possible to rework the site plan to eliminate some of those variances. Some of those variances are related to the property itself, depth and frontage, things like that. With regard to potential environmental impacts, the board should consider and recommend to the Village Board of Trustees whether the proposed change of zone with 15 or more units, the change of zone itself, 15 or more units, the retaining walls that are proposed, that triggers a type 1 action under 129 of the Village Code, also under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA. So this would require a recommendation to the Board of Trustees on a determination of significance pursuant to environmental quality review regulations. And this means whether a positive declaration or a negative declaration is warranted. Just for everybody's edification, a negative declaration is a statement indicating that the proposed change of zone is not anticipated to result in a significant adverse environmental impact on the environment and therefore does not require a more detailed environmental impact statement. And I say more detail with emphasis because now you have an expanded environmental assessment form, and you also have a response to comments document that could be packaged and put in the Part 3 of the environmental assessment form. And in that Part 3, any information can go in there to discuss environmental impacts and mitigations. So a recommendation on a negative declaration or a positive declaration, which is a statement indicating that the implementation of the proposed change of zone may have a significant adverse impact on the environment and that an environmental impact statement would be required, which again is a more detailed, further detailed analysis of environmental impacts and mitigations. And lastly, with respect to the public input, the planning board should consider and recommend to the Village Board of Trustees whether the proposed change of zone is considerate of community input with regard to the historic nature of the main building. So those are the items that the Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees would be expecting to hear a recommendation on from the planning board. And staff is here to go through the staff report, to help with your deliberations, and to provide any more information.
Okay, so I have a question. So traditionally, we usually get site plans first. So this is unusual in that it's a zoning change and it went to the Board of Trustees first.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. If we like the idea of the zone change, but not this application,
Site, you mean the site plan?
this I don't want to call it a site plan, this
It's
pre-submission.
it's a conceptual site plan.
Conceptual site plan. So my thought is, you know, the idea of changing the zone, does it have to go with this plan hand in hand? Does that, am I making, okay, thank you. Words
The
aren't-
short answer is no. The
Okay.
plan is a conceptual plan, and it is anticipated by the applicant as well as the staff and the board that there will be some changes to that plan. Don't know how much in the way it'll change, but it's anticipated that there will be some deliberation between the board at site plan with the applicant, and changes will be made.
That could include number of units.
It could, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Andy, question. This is a proposed zoning change only for the applicant's site. If the existing multifamily residential uses along the corridor are also now have been redeveloped and it's no longer the PO type of use, wouldn't maybe a larger rezoning of the corridor be potentially reasonable than just the specific spot zone, so to speak, of this applicant site?
Well, you use the word spot zone, so in order to prove that it's not a spot zone, or in order to analyze whether it is a spot zone, it would be those 4 criteria that we've outlined in the staff report. So when you go yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, that's going to lead you to whether or not it's a spot zone or not. If we could, that's the land use map, if we could shrink that a little bit. So one of the reasons.
It's still a zoning map.
We never found the land use map? Okay. There were 2 other parts in the village that have a very similar pattern. I'm sorry, Parker, my fault. Go back to the zoning map. I'm sorry. And if you could show the south end of the village.
So what they're getting at is
So
a lot
you
of
can
the
see-
purple on the right side is no longer, even though it's zone PO, it's really more comparable for an RM.
Yeah, the 2 lots that were identified before. But what I did want to point out is that in the southwest corner of the village, in the left, bottom left of the village, you have RM on the bottom, and it's adjacent to PO and residential, which would be similar to the proposed site. If you slide over to the right side of the slide, you also have RM adjacent to PO and residential to the east. So there is already patterns developed like this. So this zoning might be considered consistent.
And that's fine. I'm saying, in addition to this site being rezoned from PO to RM for this proposed application, whatever it is actually proposed during site plan, perhaps this is the time to dovetail and rezone those existing multifamily uses that are currently PO that have developed in the RM that should be now also rezoned EBRM, so their land use is compatible with the zone.
I think that would be a recommendation, an additional recommendation. The problem with rezoning properties as what they are now is you really should be zoning properties for what you'd like them to be in the future. So if upon that recommendation, the board looks at the PO zone and says, you're right, we don't want them to be anything other than high-density residential RM, or medium-density residential RM, then let's zone it RM. But if we want this area to be professional office and we still want to provide the land area for professional office, we don't know. We didn't know that Maryhaven was going to disappear. We don't know if, for whatever reason, it's possible, maybe not probable, but for whatever reason, those uses could go away, and now we have vacant property that wants to redevelop. And do we want it to redevelop on the RM, or do we want it to redevelop on the PO? So we don't know. So your suggestion's a good idea to look at that corridor, because there's not much PO there. But really the zoning is, what do we want moving forward? So that would be a good suggestion and an analysis that would have to be undertaken.
A good example of that, if I may, is on the south side of North Country Road, where it was originally the nursing homes, and the owner decided at one point, okay, I'm done, closed everything up, and then it had to go through an entire redevelopment process. I think it was rezoned at that point too,
Was-
into medical offices.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
My last question is, I'm assuming we'll have a discussion and try and come up with our recommendations. and then you'll draw up some sort of, I don't want to call it a resolution, letter, I guess, from us to the Board of Trustees. Is that,
The format on how you want to make your recommendation back to the Board of Trustees is up to you. It could be simply a letter.
okay?
You could pass a resolution, a memo. I mean,
Okay.
the format that you want, but really it's the 4 points that you want to
Because it
address.
sounds like we need to come to a conclusion tonight,
Yes.
which is,
Yes.
might be a little difficult. So I was just curious if, I know that it's not legal to have meetings when we don't have public, right? But I'm curious how it would work if we came up with the general ideas, our bullet points, and then we're allowed to have you write a draft, and then we were allowed to then comment on the draft in emails.
Yeah,
I don't think-
staff wouldn't send anything out
I
unless
don't know if
the
that's
board
a
reviewed it.
meeting. I don't know, because then, right?
Yeah, it's a good point. Generally, you're supposed to, board should be acting, if they're acting as a quorum, they should be acting. There are, you know, if there are certain questions you have, it's perfectly legal to have questions. To staff and myself.
But editing a resolution probably wouldn't be part of that. So I don't know that, curious how we're going to come to that conclusion completely today.
Well, I wouldn't well, if you deliberated and you felt comfortable doing a resolution, then you could do a resolution. I think a letter to the board is probably the best way to do it. A memo to the board.
I just, I guess I'm uncomfortable, unless I'm wrong here, but I would be very uncomfortable with not having another meeting to actually be able to look at what our recommendation is.
I see what you're saying. I just don't know that
Perhaps
the time
it's
frame
yeah,
allows
perhaps
us
it's
that
not
ability.
doable, but we can discuss.
We can discuss point by point, see how far we get tonight. If we're in agreement,
You certainly can meet in less than 4. But if you want to, bounce your ideas off of Ray or to Gil or to Lee or Bob, you can meet in 2. How many?
But it sounds like in order to actually have something that we want, we have to do it tonight.
But do we actually have to address anything other than, yes, we think the zoning should be changed, or no, we don't think the zoning?
That's my
I mean, if
question
we
though,
pare
because
it down to
if it
that.
was this application before me now,
Mhm.
I would say absolutely not.
Mhm.
Or I would not recommend for the zoning change because I wouldn't approve this as a site plan.
Mhm.
I
But-
would, I
but
wouldn't, this is,
we're
you know, we're
really-
starting from scratch again and we're
Yeah.
creating all these problems again.
Aren't we just
So
looking
that's my
at
question.
that specific piece of property?
Yeah, I mean, I
And
love the
where can,
idea.
not what's
Right.
before here. It's
Right.
like, here's a piece of property, needs a future. In the
Yes.
past, nobody wanted to.
And I
touch
agree. I
it.
think a zoning change would be great for this piece of property. I think it's a de-intensification of the use. But then this application would be an intensification of the new use.
But doesn't the zoning dictate, as Andy was making his points, that we know this particular application would be over usage of the property? So if we say, according to village code, if we change the zone, we're okay changing the zone. If the future applicants, whoever they may be, stick to those requirements. And then we can,
And you can make your best effort, make a recommendation. If you don't have it, it's not the end.
Okay.
The board, the trustees will hold the hearing. They'll be holding the hearing. And whether they have, ideally, if you could have recommendations from the planning board, that'd be great. If it's not, you can get that another time. Trustees are not gonna be making a decision on it.
Oh, okay.
So that might be the thing to do.
Mhm.
So you could always.
Am I the only one that feels this way?
I think it's very.
Really rough.
Just seeing this information.
yeah, it's a lot of information to take.
But,
Okay.
but I like the idea of the zoning change because it is a de-intensification of the use. I think it does generally follow the comp plan in terms of having alternate forms of habitation, but then that then ties it to this specific application, if that makes sense.
So,
But I-
So I wouldn't want apartments there. RM, you can have rentals then. Yeah. So
I guess you're concerned that if the planning board, I'm only alternate, proposes and agrees and the site is zoned to RM, they could come back, or someone could come back, they could sell the property and propose an as-of-right RM use you wouldn't necessarily like to see.
Yeah, but the Board of Trust, Jim,
Thank you.
or stop me if I'm wrong, but when the Board of Trustees considers this application and they, let's say they decide that they're going to grant that change of zone, they're very likely to have very
Specific
conditions.
conditions.
Yeah, that are
Extent that
going
they
to
can.
tie back to
you can
what
tie
we've heard.
conditions to zoning?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Not
can-
just site plans.
No, you can have specific conditions.
On
it, so-
that,
Definitely.
so on all of RM or just this specific RM?
Well, no, it'd be just particularly. this
Because
one.
they granted a change of zone,
Sites.
they can have conditions.
Generally, you would
I
like to
didn't
have the
realize that.
applicant-
I didn't know that.
so let me get
And
you,
you would generally like to have the applicant agree to those conditions, so. It's been done many
Okay.
so your concern seems to be more with the site plan than with the actual change of zone?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
absolutely.
So, for example, the number of variances, the
Yes.
closeness of the
Density,
buildings.
The very intense use of the
Yeah,
RM.
those are
I
the
mean,
Okay, so,
Those are kind of issues that you can get into when you
okay,
typically serve as the planning board.
every
which-
time
which
we do
you'll be
this,
Doing if the.
gonna just
changes
hold on
the zone.
here. We get a site plan, it's as of use, and they go, but we need 10 variances. What ends up happening? And we're starting, I get if we're starting with an existing building that has to be modified, it's already existing problems. But when we're starting from scratch, I would prefer not to leave open the idea that they're going to need 7 variances. It's infuriating. I get small ones, I get that they're
Yeah, there's-
close on some things, but very, very far off on others. And it gets to the point where, you know,
It's completely understood, you're not gonna address every issue.
Yes.
It's not gonna happen for reasons. So the recommendation ultimately is, if you can have something before the trustees next week, fine. There's still plenty of time. You can get it in at another date, trustees can make their decision. Meeting at some later date. As Lee was saying, trustees, if you can agree on specific conditions that will go along with that change zone, that's great. And then you gotta get into the nitty gritty when it gets back to.
this, yeah,
some of
I
it.
feel like we've gotten into the nitty gritty with the site plan.
Yeah.
But, you know, we can say anything we want about how much stormwater we're gonna collect, but it doesn't matter until it's actually, you know, I mean, until we actually have a site plan though,
It's
none of that really
pretty
matters.
typical that the change of zones that you do at the board of town board levels, you do tend to get into more detail for a change of zone, so there is less issues to address when it goes back to the plan. If you've already heard it, and the planning staff and the board have gone over issues, so ideally, when the board of trustees is trying to make their decision, you have a pack to pretty much everybody. That's the
Okay, so I'm happy to come up with conditions, but
well, should we go through the 4 items and just talk about them
sure. absolutely.
individually, like
Yeah.
consideration of
Oh, but are we
consistent with the comprehensive
Are
plan?
we all in general change the plan? I mean, change
Well,
the zone?
let's talk about each step. We have four
Yeah,
points.
I think we can, as we go through, right? So the first item is whether the proposed change of zone is consistent with the comp plan. It's, I'm on
Page
page 13, under recommendations. Those are the 4 topics that we need to go through. Oh, I wasn't? Was I? You weren't picking me up? Want me to talk louder? I don't think it's inconsistent with, I mean, you have multifamily around that site, even though it's not zoned multifamily.
And the only thing that I could see that would be inconsistent is we talked about with the new, the relook at the comp plan is people really wanted walkable. There's no sidewalks within this
Yeah.
area. There's no
Uh,
usable space within the area. There's not really sidewalks on Myrtle. So, yes, no. I mean,
So,
yes.
yeah, I think that this application, I've got I got my mic on, double stereo, does address an aim of the comprehensive plan in delivering owner-occupied units, which I think Andy mentioned that we haven't had any substantial new owner-occupied projects in many, many years. So that, I think that's an important plus to meeting the goal of the comprehensive plan
And there's an apparent need for it.
and an apparent need.
That's Terry Elkowitz talked about that. So I think we probably could say it's consistent. Now, you talk about walkability. The applicant has agreed to look at a walk path through the trees,
Right.
treat area. It's not a straight sidewalk maybe, but it's a walking path that could serve people walking along Belterre Road. So I think that's a positive, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how practical it is. I mean, with that site, the topography, traffic for it to be a significant walkable site.
The problem you're gonna wind up finding with this, not that it's not a good idea, is you're gonna allow people, whether it's next to the road or off the road, they're gonna get to a point and there's gonna be nothing. And that's, you see that a lot with bike paths. They'll create a bike path and all of a sudden it fizzles out. I think, that might be something that you look for some kind of dedication to land for future use in creating a sidewalk all the way down rather than, because you're going to have, significant slopes on the property just south of this property behind the Canyon Creek, if that's the right one.
Yeah.
And then that next parcel, which dives down, and then, you got a little bit near where the medical, oh, no, I'm sorry, then you got the townhouses to the south, I don't remember the name. And then you've got another piece of property which takes a dive. So that's gonna require a significant amount of grading changes. I'm only saying it's a good idea, but
I mean, is a sidewalk feasible on Myrtle?
that's what I'm saying. You'd really need to look at to see
Yeah.
if it's feasible. The county tried it on 39. You need a lot of retaining walls, you need a lot of fencing. You do have sidewalk on the east side of the road. So
On
there is
Belterre Road.
on-
Yeah.
Yeah, on Belterre Road.
has one.
Correct.
Yes.
On Myrtle, Myrtle, I think, is more feasible than the west side of Belterre Road, just because the slopes are so
Yeah,
significant.
Yeah, I don't
But-
think the west side of Belterre Road is necessary. You can
Right, you got the one,
cross
Yeah,
over and
and-
go down.
And we
Right.
can ask that they put a crosswalk on the south side of that intersection.
right.
There's one on the north side, so it's inconvenient to,
All right.
go
But for the-
backwards to cross the road if you're coming from this site to walk.
The one on the north side is for the hospital, but yes,
Yeah.
there was no read for one on the
Right.
south side until
Right,
now.
right,
Right.
correct.
But in either case, it would be nice to have one along Myrtle. The only thing is, I think we might be getting into the weeds here,
I only brought it up because.
No, understood, yeah, no, I'm not saying,
we-
I'm just trying to say,
No,
okay,
no,
let's.
I get it. It might not be possible, but then that might be an issue if we're gonna change the zone, if it's not gonna be walkable.
Yeah, but
Just
I think no matter
being
how we,
devil's advocate.
right, and no matter what zone we put it towards, we're gonna run into that issue.
Right.
You know, whether it's single family or it's, you know, there's always that, you know, we see people, I mean, my kids ran track for Port Jeff, and that would, you know, myrtles were torture just going up the road, and, you know.
Yeah.
That's right.
So you know, as far as does this fit within the master plan? I think it does, because the master plan is very loose on this property.
Okay.
And that would be my recommendation, is to say, yeah, okay, that, you know, that's fine. And then we can get into the sidewalk once we start getting into the site plan.
I think, you know, the more I think about it, a sidewalk on Myrtle would be fantastic.
Right,
Right?
yeah.
E-
How many years did
either
you have to walk
side.
down
Yeah.
East Broadway on,
Yeah.
in the road? I
Well,
mean, you know, or,
yeah, I mean, that's
and even Thompson, there's nothing.
does a cross country kid still go up Myrtle to get to the
Yeah.
elementary school to run? They don't run on
Right.
the sidewalks.
No,
No.
because it's concrete instead of asphalt.
He shouldn't be.
They should not. That's not a good idea.
Okay. All right.
It's not healthy.
Right.
Okay. But you make a good point, Gil. We would have that issue no matter what redevelopment happens there.
Right,
Yeah.
Right.
The walkability is tough.
right.
All right.
So the answer to that is yes.
Right.
Looks like a yes.
Yes, with an asterisk. We're going to look at certain things
Mhm.
as we get into the details of the site plan.
Right.
Okay. Consistence with the existing zoning regulations.
Big no.
Okay, and this is where we need to consider variances.
What is the per unit density zoning for RM?
With the, Andy, what's the as of right allowed in RM?
I have the code open.
Probably pretty
Moderate
high.
density residence.
I would think.
Probably high. I mean, they met it, so it must be high.
They're proposing 7 point.
Right.
They're in the middle, I think, right? of the-
However,
No, I
They're-
just want to hear. I just want to
Yeah,
hear what it is.
it-
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Well, what about unit count?
Right.
Oh, they don't have that. You don't have that. Okay,
yeah, because it's
More about
the,
Meeting of sewage density.
I see.
and it's
Okay.
that's why they're 30% of the
Okay,
lot
all right.
instead of 20%.
All right, my question has been answered. All right.
So I would be willing to say, okay, for the change of zone, but it must fall within the actual zoning regulations.
Or close, or closer,
Much, much closer.
much closer.
Yeah, because as
Yeah,
Andy said,
minimize the variances.
if this was already
Make them
zoned as,
modest variances.
right, because if this was already
Right.
zoned as RM, it would be an intensification
Right.
of use. And again, if this was a site plan, it's kind of a different argument, because we have to think of what is good planning, right? So something like this isn't really that good of planning in terms of people and using it, functioning within it that much.
I was wondering, the units that will face or back on Myrtle, they're like right up against that slope. So they have absolutely no backyard.
They had like,
And
what,
then there's a
10 feet,
retaining
5
wall, like
feet?
almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how does that work? In terms of, does that create a safety condition? It sounds a little,
Any wall like that, you're gonna have to have some kind of protection
protection.
for people not stepping out and over.
right,
So,
right.
but again, that's something
Site
that's gonna,
plan.
in the site plan.
Right, right.
So,
Okay.
really
Alright.
shouldn't come into play for this
Okay,
current
fair
discussion.
enough. Fair enough. All right.
So the variances need to be closer, can't be too disparate. or
Yeah, I
dis-
don't know how we,
Well, you can say, you know,
Quantify
that
it.
shouldn't be more than a certain percentage variance, so you could do it that way.
well, yeah, because
Well-
again, the idea of having these rules is so that there isn't an intensification, right? So.
But any variance has to go to the variance board, which that's
the
their
zoning
purview.
board, yeah,
Zoning
but
board.
I'm sorry.
But
you
we're
know,
Have they
making-
denied
but we're
any-
just making recommendations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
right, we're just,
which-
we're just making.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
think, again, I think this current zoning, or the proposed zoning is much better than obviously the current zoning.
yes,
If they have to come in for 5 or 50 variances, that's something that is going to have to be discussed not only during site plan, but also,
I know, but
I know, but
my frustration is that.
well,
look
we
at
would,
look at what has already like,
understood, but we, as part of our duties, is usually that we make a recommendation to the zoning board. And if
Yeah.
we went to the zoning board and we said, nah, you know what, we got some problems here, they should take that into account. The zoning board's gonna look at that and say, okay, what other area in the village has, or is there any area nearby?
do we, I didn't think we could give our
We do.
opinion.
We do all the time,
Yeah.
yeah.
We send,
In
we
the-
send
to the
site
zoning board.
plan, you know, applicants to the ZBA and then they get them and then they come back to us and we finish up.
Mhm.
So we do.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying
I'm
that.
not comfortable without conditions of
So
it must.
why don't we
Okay.
make a recommendation that the variances, we recommend the variances be modest and
Yeah,
modest. I mean, that's our
I,
recommendation.
I agree with that, but then somebody says, well, what exactly is
Well,
modest?
I would say 20, I mean, we'll come up with a number.
Well,
We
then
need to
the-
think about it.
yeah.
So, excuse me,
just
the
a
We could say
recommendation.
on
the
the
variances
order
are listed
of
on
X
page 4.
percentage.
and
Right, we can
you
look
know,
at them.
so you want
Right.
to take a look at
There's only
them.
a couple that
You
are.
could also make a recommendation that if you propose, if you recommend the zoning change to RM, any proposed development, whether it's this or anything, adhere to that with no or minimal variances. That could be a recommendation.
Just remember, it's just a recommendation.
Right.
The trustees have to make that decision. Then,
Right.
if they do make the decision, it's gonna come back to you.
So any development on that site that takes advantage of the flat area is probably going to have the variances with regard to lot depth and setbacks, things
lot-
like that.
Lot depth,
Would it
distance
be-
between
would it
buildings and
be
maximum lot.
Reasonable to ask for the maximum lot coverage to come within 20% or under,
You could do that.
to
Well, you-
actually follow
I mean,
the.
that would be a goal you would set, but I think you would need to look at the site plan and see what's rational and realistic on that.
Yeah.
They probably will need lot coverage greater than 20%,
Mhm.
but
But you
you would have
yourself
to
said
move
this
the-
is an intensification of an RM use.
It
And
has-
these are the things, these are the rules that prevent the intensification of the use. That's,
So you'd have
by
to look-
decreasing that maximum lot coverage, there would be more open space. And as, as Ray pointed out, people don't use their garages to park. People are gonna park on the street. There's just gonna be more cars on the street with the more units that there are with the,
They have driveways to the garages. So
yeah.
Again,
If
we
I'm the
can,
only
we can,
one, then it's fine. I'm just voicing my,
understood.
what I feel I would prefer if we sent a recommendation that anything that goes for RM in this lot would adhere to 25, like,
Legally, I don't know.
A 20 or 25% maximum,
It's-
difference.
they would still need a variance, right?
Right.
Yeah,
But
I mean, it's a recommendation.
right. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think we could probably agree to something like that. And, we're doing it kind of in a little bit of a vacuum because we don't
Right.
know all the facts. And we don't have a final site plan to look at or a We don't have, we're talking conceptually.
Right.
Sounds like it'd be almost better if they didn't provide this site plan. They just said, we want to rezone
Yeah.
it to RM, and that's all you knew.
Right.
But now you know what's being proposed.
Yeah.
That's in the back of everyone's head.
But again, it's just a recommendation.
Right, and this is the beginning of a process that's going to involve public comment, the village boards of trustees. So, I mean, yeah, we can,
So,
what if we made a comment that we agree with the zoning change with the caveat that we are concerned with the number of variances
Variances.
required, and we'd like them to be minimized in as much as possible, whether that be 20% or 20, whatever.
so then the Board of Trustees, let's just say they move the application forward. Now it comes back to you for site plan. You have that recommendation. You'll be looking at that site plan to try and minimize as much of the variances as possible. You'll have a better understanding of what's going on. I'm sure the applicant will want to bring in financials and things like that. And
Right.
you iron that out, and then you send it over to the Board of Zoning Appeals
Right.
with a better understanding of the site plan.
Right. Yeah, agreed.
Maybe there's some community benefits that can. Once it gets back to the planning board.
So maybe the wording is a desirable goal of 25%
Maximum variance of 25%.
desirable, because you have to,
Right.
if you're gonna
That's
look at a
fine.
specific site and there's certain things that you say later, oh yeah, you're right, yeah, that's not a big deal in this site.
Yeah, not to exceed, our recommendation is that any variance that is required to develop a final site plan not be greater than a variance of 25%. That would be our recommendation.
Right, because we do have a situation here where they're trying to fit within the cleared area, right?
I know.
So it's, you have some positives there. so.
So this recommendation that you make to the Board of Trustees is going to come right back to you. So
Right.
if you say 25%, then when you sit down, if it's all these
Yep.
members or different members, they're going to be going for a goal of trying to reduce that variance down to
Yes, you
25%.
shoot for that.
And it's a goal.
Yeah,
It's a goal.
okay.
And, okay, just playing devil's advocate here, are we then setting the goal line a little bit farther so that, okay, it's 25%, and, we had a 10% variance, now we're gonna go for a 25%. I mean, that's something we'll see when we see the plans.
Right.
I lean more towards just saying concern about the number and extent of variances, and leave it to the
Leave it at that.
discretion and the design what we think it is.
Okay.
I mean, it's,
You might be right.
Don't-
Maybe a smarter approach.
I don't know, if you,
Coming off of what we came off of, I'm just, I'm frustrated.
yeah,
With-
understood.
We have a blank slate, and yet we never seem to conform to the
Right.
zone when we have a blank
I
slate.
mean, I would imagine that the Board of Trustees will have the benefit of getting some input from our discussions tonight.
Hope so.
Yeah,
I'm happy with what Gil said.
I'm good.
okay.
You were writing, Andy, so I think you got that, right?
Concerned about the number and type of variances is what I got.
You have the goal?
Yeah.
Or,
Goal of 25%.
No,
Okay.
take that
No,
out.
take that out,
Take that out then.
just
Okay.
the
So we're
extent
not,
of,
like you
Or
said, so
amount,
we're
or a
not,
degree,
Okay.
Yeah.
degree is a good word.
plus ultimately, that's not up to us, that's a variance, that's up to the.
Yeah,
zoning
it is.
Right.
Right.
we make the recommendation.
Okay, next. Environmental, right?
Right.
This one. This one's, do we have to make a recommendation about if it's a pos deck or a neg deck?
Whether we
or-
go, yes.
I know, but it's a recommendation,
Right.
right?
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Andy, is it not to say that the environmental work or the components of the environmental studies they've done to date are satisfactory to make a decision on the project?
You could,
That's what we're being asked, correct? Like,
correct.
if we wanted to say, hey, we think you missed this thing, you got to evaluate something else and it's a potential major impact, then that's a pos deck, not correct?
If you feel that under any of the items that were investigated or even ones that were missing need to be examined in greater detail than what you have in front of you, you're going to want more information. You don't necessarily have to pause deck that to get more information, but that is one way.
Right, now you kind of reviewed all the environmental, what's staff's feeling on that? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that the information that's provided is sufficient for the determination of the change of zone. And I think that the position of the staff is that there really are no significant environmental impacts if you don't talk about the human environment. You just talk about the environment, the birds, the bunnies, the trees, erosion, things like that. I don't think that there are significant impacts that are not already discussed in mitigation.
Okay.
So staff does not believe that an environmental impact statement is necessary, but you may want additional information that you could put into part 3.
So would our recommendation be that it's a negative declaration?
That's how you would word it if that was your recommendation, yes.
Yeah.
Seems,
It's fine with
I have
me.
no problem with that.
Yeah,
I don't know on this one.
Wait, do you think there's something
This-
I don't
else
know.
that?
I mean, the degree of steep slope, has it been thoroughly vetted? I'm not sure. I'm
Well,
not
they did
sure.
a steep slope.
Well, they did an
analysis.
analysis. It's in the part 3 supplement, the expanded full environmental assessment form. It's one of the appendices.
And they went far enough, in your opinion, and
I mean, if they were trying to go further than what is already developed, I would agree.
right,
Then it would be pretty significant.
right,
But
right.
since they're not going further than what's already
Okay.
right.
All right.
developed,
They're staying within the disturbed
know,
area already.
aside from noise, aside from construction, aside from all the mitigations that will have to take place for mold and asbestos.
Wow,
I'm buying into it. Go
we're
ahead.
3/4 there.
All right, so then we all agree that it's neg deck.
Yeah.
Okay. That we'll recommend.
Recommend, right. And public, has there,
See how this is worded?
What was the last?
Right.
And there, it's, to me, the biggest input was the historic nature.
Yeah.
The historic nature, it's not staying with the historic nature of the original building. That was the biggest input I heard, and without an official site plan, I don't think, the ARC always has the most amazing comments. But
They
until we
do.
got a site plan,
But, oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, nope, I was just, the only argument I would have is that historic nature is a public opinion. It's not SHPO has no
right,
landmark.
absolutely.
And again, and that's a discussion for later, I think you do need public input. I mean, unless I'm kind of missing what this is about. What do we,
Well, this is the public input that we received related to the coordination and anything else that people brought in.
right, which they would have other opportunities to speak during
Absolutely. The public
process.
hearing
Right.
before the Board of Trustees is the opportunity for the public to provide their comments.
Right,
so
I think what
maybe-
we've gleaned, though, is that the first thing that the public wants to respond about, or at least the 3 letters that we got, was the historic, quote unquote, historic nature of that.
right,
And it is significant to the community, historically significant to the community, while it does not have those certifications. But I think we've heard the applicant, if I may say, that they would take some of the elements of the historic nature
Right.
of the building and try and bring it into the plan.
right,
That's a proposed mitigation, if you will.
right.
But
And who's
Don't
to
know who-
say if it stayed zoned professional
PO,
office, if they
right.
would,
That anything you
anyone
do with
had
that
the
building
right-
is
Yeah.
a killer.
right.
It just, it's just not feasible to save that building, in my opinion. I mean,
Even if we didn't change the zone.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know that it has a lot of bearing on the zoning
So you-
change.
I think the only thing that's missing in terms of public input is that the public hasn't had the public hasn't had a chance to speak at a hearing.
But that doesn't come yet, right?
No,
I mean,
it doesn't come yet, but we could say that that's the one
We anticipate.
remaining
Mhm.
public, important
Got it.
public
So-
input
I
thing
understand
that
what you're
should
saying.
happen, and
Yeah.
You're advising the
recommend that
board,
happens.
I'm sorry,
Sorry, that's it.
you're advising the board on the 4 criteria that they have to consider. So
Right.
public comment will be the last one that gets filled in
Yes.
at their process.
Okay.
And they would have to weigh that for their
Yeah.
decision.
Right.
Okay.
Other than that, I guess we feel that everyone else that should be reached out to has been reached out to.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So you'll write something up, Andy, and we'll basically translate what we just said into words, and we'll comment on it, which we can do via email.
We'll be listening to this
Individually.
tape tomorrow in detail, and we will put something together for you.
Why, is there a tight
Yes.
time
So-
frame?
Can we edit? Can we edit a letter via email?
Sure.
Okay.
We always do
Yeah.
that.
Google Docs, Sandy?
Google Docs?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you mean?
We use
Well,
Word.
it's an online,
Oh.
Word document, so to
Yes.
speak, so
Yeah, we could use that.
two people can be editing it at once, all changes are saved.
If you want to do it that way, you can do it that way.
All right, so we'll expect something via email.
And thank you so much. That was an amazing staff report.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
That was
Very
a lot
thorough.
of work and it's very appreciated.
extremely thorough.
Thank you. Okay,
Very
thank you.
good.
All right. Okay, I think we are finished with that item. Hmm? Okay. What time is it?
We
Can we
should stretch
take a
for
break?
minute.
Yeah. We're going to take a 5-minute break or 10-minute, whenever we all get back here. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time and patience. Get back online? Okay, we have an order of agenda, but I think to make it go a little easier for the applicants who are here, I'm going to just read through the next one on the agenda is 31 Pilgrim Drive. Is the applicant or some representative here? Okay, come on up. How are you? Yeah, come on up and we'll share a mic with you so the people in the room and also the people on streaming it can hear. Okay. And I guess, Dan, you're going to go through the staff report on this one?
Yeah, so this one's actually, I would say this one's actually more of a quick update. So,
Oh, it's just an update on this
yeah,
one,
just
yes.
more of an update.
Okay.
So this application, you guys might remember, was reviewed at the July 10th meeting.
Yes.
It's in regards to the emergency permit that was issued for the retaining walls. We have a photograph up
Mhm.
there. So following that meeting, all we did was originally it was going to be referred to the ZBA and the CAC. But before doing that, we technically had to do the procedure for SECRA. And as you guys wanted to be the lead agency, do the whole coordinator review. So we sent that review on August 11th, and the deadline was September 10th. And all we got was a non-jurisdiction letter from Suffolk County Planning Commission. So all the other agencies had no issue with it, no comments. So that's basically where we left off there. For the ZBA and the CAC, we did coordinate with them, but we didn't receive responses. But because, now that you guys could technically declare lead agency status, if you do it tonight, we could then go ahead and refer it to the ZBA and CAC officially.
Okay.
So,
And remind me, it's going to the ZBA just because one of the wall extends a little too far.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one right by the front yard
But
property line.
it was replacing what was already there. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
okay, just trying to remember.
No, all
Okay.
good, yeah.
So all we need is a vote to assume lead agency. Is that correct?
Yep.
Hmm.
Nice
This
little
could be
motion.
slightly quicker than
I
the
know.
last.
Thank you for your patience.
All right, Laura, motion. Who wants a second?
I'll second.
Barbara, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, 85 Boulder Court. Okay. Guys got enough mics down there? Okay. Okay, so on the agenda is further discussion.
Yes.
So would you like to initiate the discussion?
Sure. I'd be
Okay.
happy to, I guess, yeah, I'll go through the staff comments and then kind of go into the,
Okay.
app comments ourselves, and then we can go into the discussion. So if we could pull up, you have the survey up? It's perfect. So the board might remember this was another application reviewed at the July 10th meeting.
Mhm.
It is for a proposal to construct a new single-family residence on the vacant parcel. I think identified it's lot 17.011. And also to construct a roadway or improve what's the Boulder Court right-of-way on parcel lot 26, just north of the property. So during the previous review, it was kind of more the introduction to the project, and the board had several comments, issued to the applicant going about potential of the steep slopes on the property, drainage concerns, potential actual development of the home itself, providing elevations, right, just to get a better understanding of what's on the property. So since that meeting, we have received a very detailed response letter, very revised plans to try to address a lot of the board's comments from that previous meeting. And the way we set up the staff report was just kind of going from each comment issued by the board and then our the applicant's response and kind of our assessment of it. There are a lot of points raised, but I'll try to kind of focus just on the main, crux of the application. But if there are questions and other things you want to elaborate on, more than happy to, dive into that. So the first, I guess, major item, right, was secret classification. So during the last meeting, there was kind of a discussion about whether or not this would constitute a type 1 action under secret. We mentioned that pursuant to Chapter 129, village code, there is that if more than 30% of a parcel is consistent of 20% steep slopes, right? Those consist of 20% or greater on a property, that would trigger the type 1 action. So to kind of address that, and it's also, I think it's under item 3 as well. The board requested a steep slope analysis plan be submitted. So I don't know if we're able to go to the site plan. It's the very last page in the site plan sheet. But the applicant has prepared a steep slope analysis plan. It shows the calculations for the overall lot area coverage by those steep slopes and also indicates exactly where they are. So I believe the result of that was that the residential parcel, or lot 17, had 41% was consistent of steep slopes, and for the driveway, I believe it was 35%. So 35% for the driveway. So that kind of does push this into that type 1 territory. There were also other triggers there because there was retaining walls over 6 feet in height on the same slope. That triggers in. I know there's retaining walls involved in this that push that threshold. So in light of
One really, would it be unlisted?
Hmm?
Wouldn't it be unlisted? I mean, it's only a single family.
well, it's defined in our codes. Yeah, it's like the chapter 129 has specific additional regulations adopted by the incorporated village that make it a type 1 action. So, but yeah, so because of that, the applicant has submitted the full environmental assessment form. So we have reviewed it and generally find it to be acceptable. But there are other comments that we kind of, as we dive into the application, stuck with, Tom Morowski, our consultant engineer on this, potential environmental concerns that may or may not have been addressed in that memo. So while the board did want to declare lead agency status, we want to do the whole coordinated review. We wanted to kind of talk about those first before doing so.
Right.
And it might not be appropriate at the moment. So, and I'll, dive into that
Okay.
going forward. So, I guess the best way to kind of start this up is, so we have the steep slope analysis plan. The concerns that were raised, I guess, actually, maybe this is jumping around a little bit, but I guess I'll, focus on those environmental impacts we're talking about. So the Boulder Court right-of-way, that was approved as part of a 2015 subdivision. It was once Wolf Brook Road, that divided, this was like the rear of the parcel and was divided and approved the design standard for that right-of-way. The way the applicants have designed it is basically as it was designed in that 2015 subdivision. It includes the paved apron and a crushed bluestone drive going all the way up. And there's additional catch basins and drainage structures throughout the driveway. Now, the way it's proposed is that infrastructure is proposed to tie into the existing village infrastructure on Brook Road. And there were, as we've reviewed it, there were 2 concerns that kind of got flagged to that. The first one was about the potential outflow of that, and whether or not it would outflow into either Port Jefferson Harbor or Mill Creek. If it does happen to have that kind of point discharge from our existing infrastructure, it technically may push it into DEC's territory. And so that's something that we indicated. This was mentioned briefly during the last meeting, but we wanted to coordinate, have us, the applicant, coordinate with DPW to kind of understand where, this exists, whether or not the capacity is there to accept the drainage from their property, but also where it discharges to, and ultimately if DEC is warranted. This may also involve, probably us and the applicants, who will be assisting them, reaching out to the DEC to kind of get their input on it. Potentially the point discharge or what's available at the site. The other consideration there was actually also Mill Creek itself. So it's it's technically located further south of the property, but because of the way of the topography and the nature of the site, there's potentials of some impact. Well, it's not necessarily there, but there is a potential concern that there may be some concern with.
And you're saying it wasn't addressed in the full environmental?
So it
That
they
they
indicated the
submitted.
presence of wetlands, but we never got
Okay.
to. But the things such as the point discharges, DC territory, like it said, there was no state agencies involved, but there may
Okay.
be depending on what our
Oh, I
coordination
understand.
is. So we just wanted to make sure to find more clarification on this, to get a little better of an understanding of if there is any. There might be, it might not be a big concern, but that's just something we wanted to make sure we
You know,
address.
the topo lines, are those 2 feet, 5 feet? Each
Uh,
line?
2 feet, I believe.
Those are
Oh, those
1
are
feet.
Oh, the 1 foot. Oh,
Yep.
Can you zoom back out slightly? Go over the house. Okay. So from the
But you're asking them to go and get input from the DEC.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna go together.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Yes, or a
right.
letter of non-jurisdiction.
Got it.
Yeah, because
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
We need to go then to DPW as well. Village DPW in terms of where those structures are,
Yes.
where they're piping to.
Basically where they're going to. Yeah, and I know we have a comprehensive stormwater management plan that's been adopted and it has maps in it. So that's something we can, and we'll help. Yeah, we'll work. Okay. Exactly. I'll send that to you and we can coordinate on that. And
Did you look in the Overbay file? Because Overbay's across the street, right? And they had the wetlands in the back, right? In the back
Yes,
of their
they did.
property. And they also had, they put drainage in, I think, on Brook.
they did.
Right.
Yeah, so that's probably
I don't know if they, any information there on where the existing structures discharge to.
Drainage at the bottom of Older Court?
Aren't they required to?
Aren't they
Yeah, there's two. Yeah, there's two catch basins proposed. I don't know if they're shown
It's on one of the plans, I think. Yeah.
grading drainage. So site plan. I think the third sheet, SP3.
Yeah, if you look at the,
But
if you look at the Overbay plans, they had the details of the drainage in that
Okay. So
pretty
we can-
well
we can
nailed
pull that in.
down.
We'll,
So
we'll pull
I
that
have,
in.
I have a quick question, and just in regards to the drainage then. This is a private driveway?
So that's a question.
So,
and-
because I think we require, there shouldn't be anything going into the street then. You have to contain all of your runoff.
So that is how the village code reads.
Yeah.
Right. All stormwater management must be maintained within the property.
Right.
Of a private property. This does come up throughout the staff report too, and it's something we wanted to actually ask for attorney's input on. But because of the nature of Boulder Court, right, it's a road that was as part of that 2015 subdivision. All the parcels that have rear access to it, so they front West Broadway. So I can't think. West Broadway, and then the rears on this Boulder Court technically have deeded access to it. There's also two parcels that have, I think, Owasco, the court. The rear of those properties technically also have deeded access to this roadway. So you have almost
So
seven.
how much are we asking them to capture at the bottom of Boulder Court?
It almost becomes, I mean, I wonder why we're not requiring it to be, built to municipal standards in the road.
Well, that's
To answer the first question, Brook Road, groundwater elevation of Brook Road is extremely high.
Yeah.
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
To put structures in there, we'd have to work with the village in terms of how those structures would be engineered
Yes.
out of groundwater.
Yeah.
Our plan is matching the approved subdivision plans, and that was the angle that we went, because we assumed that this was, vetted already, that this was approved and approved tie-in, so we basically mirrored that tie-in.
So you're saying you're not capturing anything off of?
Well,
They-
again, yes,
yeah,
no.
hold on.
Yes and no. No. No.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
It's all distributed, not.
Oh,
for-
you're right. I'm
Not for
sorry.
the road itself.
Okay.
The property, the residential property is being
Yes.
captured itself.
Right.
So,
Yes,
but that's why this is triggering going to, I'm understanding.
Yes.
Sorry, just catching up.
No, it's
Catching
okay.
up.
It's okay.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, and it was like a foot. How
Yeah.
the water table was about a foot below
right.
the
Yeah.
base. It's very high where this is located. So that was also part of one of our concerns with this project going forward. But yes, that was kind of the question too about the roadway and whether or not it should be constituted as a common driveway and access road. Like what?
This is Boulder Court?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's currently like it's currently like
That's a mapped road, that's a public roadway?
so it's privately owned. They
Private.
they
Right.
they own the parcel, so it's a private. It's owned by
With access easements.
yes.
All the parcels.
Yeah.
No. it's
So it was
actually,
approved. Yeah, it's still private.
It's private.
Yeah.
Separate tax lots.
So,
You're right, because the code says
yeah, I know. We might want to come to a happy medium then about how much you
Yeah.
retain and how much.
Yeah, I think once we see, now those improvements that you spoke about, Brook, were they done after the 2015 subdivision?
Yes.
yes.
They were, okay.
Yeah,
So
it
then
was-
once we probably see that stuff, we could see can kind of calculate where it's going and how much volume is there, and then see if there's a way we can supplement it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we get a look at it. We probably
Yeah,
should
and the
try.
big key is gonna be groundwater
Yeah.
and what you can,
Yeah.
Yeah.
effectively deal with, so,
Okay.
yeah, I'm fine with this.
I keep interrupting.
I'll keep going. Yeah, no, it's okay. I guess too. So the other related kind of concern we talked about, and this is going back to I think item 3. We talked about the steep. Just go back to the steep slopes again. So you'll note the alongside with the analysis of the location of steep slopes, they've also provided calculations about the potential disturbance within those areas and how much potential soil is being removed, excavated from the site or rearranged. I'm just pulling up the figures here. So the plan itself, it says approximately like about 3,100 square feet of the areas will be disturbed on the residential lot, and about 1,900 square feet will be disturbed on the roadway. And when you take it into the total of the parcel and the total steep slopes available, it's about 38.4% of the map steep slopes on the residential parcel are proposed to be disturbed. And I believe it's about 20.1% the steep sloped area for the roadway. So our primary comment with this, if you look at the location of the house, and I don't know if we could pull the probably the same grading and drainage plan shows it. It does appear that they, where they've located, they've tried to conform the house so it's at least away from the steep sloped areas while also meeting current zoning. But again, they're just because of the amount of slopes that are potentially disturbed, and you'll see there's also a retaining wall proposed in the rear of the property to kind of hold back the slopes that are there. And I'm assuming to give a little bit more of a yard or some space for the home itself. It's just something the board may want to take into consideration, but the siting of the house where it's currently located and whether or not there's an alternative or something that they want to consider to avoid the areas of steep slopes.
I mean, if they bump it up to the north,
Boulder, that's not a real street, so you don't, that technically there's not a front yard, you have to adhere
well,
to
it
it.
is, but it's
But are you required for a front yard setback
A
to
private
Boulder
road.
Court, because it's a private road?
I have to
there'd
read
be
the
a
code.
reasonable argument for variance.
Maybe moving it up 10 feet to avoid the steep slopes, and maybe you avoid needing the retaining wall.
Can we go back to that steep slope plan?
Yeah.
You can see that, you can see where the house hits.
Yeah, if
the
you go
steep
back,
slopes.
yes, if you go back to the last
last
page
page.
again, Parker. Oh, sorry,
Well,
the
that's
Set.
Scroll it down.
yeah, all the way to the bottom. There you go.
Right, so if we were to shift it more north towards Boulder, we're still going to be into that steep.
The
slope.
question is, if you do, if you shift it enough, do you avoid that retaining wall?
No, we're always gonna need.
You're
the
always
retaining
gonna need the wall.
wall. Yeah, the retaining wall is even contemplated in the subdivision as well.
I was trying to help.
Yeah,
you
there is
get a little
discussion.
bit.
There is
Yeah,
discussion
no,
on it, but yeah.
And then shifting it up, you got to put the sanitary system in there too. So closer we get to the property line, the retaining wall up in the front, adhere with the setbacks of that as well.
Well, we were saying going north. away
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
wall.
I'm saying if you move the house more north, the sanitary system is located in the front yard, so then you're gonna see what, yeah. Because
Yeah,
you can't put it in the rear, it's too steep back there. That's why we chose
Mhm.
that kind of flat,
Mhm.
that flat area in the front.
So where is the cesspool? Somewhere.
It's on the
Front
northeast corner of the house. Northwest, sorry, northwest.
Yeah, northwest. Yeah, it's on the
Right.
drainage plan.
Yeah, it's right there.
And it's an IA system.
Correct, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, deal with the slopes.
Yeah. The
Or if you move the driveway further west and had it come the other way, the house to the northeast corner,
You rename it, flip it,
flip it,
mirror it.
just have to, I don't know, what that means with folded board work. I'm just
So
trying
you'd have to bring Boulder Court maybe another 10 feet.
Yeah, we're trying to
Seeing
trying to
it.
take the benefit of the existing flat area there to the top, like really in the front yard there.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, once we start moving more to the east, you start to get into slopes and then retaining walls.
Yeah, on the other side.
Yeah.
Slopes on the other side.
If you already looked at it, you've looked at it.
Yeah, because that's the one thing I'll mention. It is very difficult site. I mean, staff have gone there, and I would even advise the board, if have time permits, to at some point visit the property, just to understand kind of how, the slopes are here. Because especially when you're, sitting at the base of the property and you're looking up towards the Wesco Drive properties and the court properties, it's a very, in the back of the property, it's a very substantial grade change there. So that's why we're kind of advising to just see, but I understand you guys have done due diligence in trying to avoid your disturbance there. But just about the sitting in the home and just potential options that might be available there. We did too, on top of this, about the retaining wall, had a little quick comment too about the drainage there. Because I know you have drainage structures proposed for the wall themselves, but beyond the wall, and this was a comment from our engineer, concerns about potential, flooding onto your own property, or how it's going to be managed beyond that wall, and
As it comes down the hill.
exactly. As it comes down the hill, if
Yeah.
it goes over the wall, it's going to be managed through it. Like, there's no structures proposed beyond the wall. So that's a potential,
Right.
if you have a concern in that's where something we had a concern on, because obviously, we have a basement being proposed, the last thing, damage to it, or.
The only question I would have with that is there a lot, like, it would be existing runoff, we would see it now. I guess, the last huge big storm, did you guys notice a lot of that hill sliding? Or is there a vegetation on the hill that might hold behind the house, behind the retaining wall? I guess what I'm saying is we would see a problem now if there was a real problem.
Sure. I mean, the area's pretty vegetated. The hill right now has got a lot of trees on it. The flat area where the house is just like a big grass field.
And you haven't
I
noticed a
noticed
huge
any
ton of sediment?
washouts or anything,
You're
no.
not
Yeah.
proposing to remove any of the vegetation.
No, but we're minimizing the impacts on the slope. And even at the top of that retaining wall, on the back, that 4-foot wall, we would plant some
Yeah.
shrubs
I mean,
back there to add more vegetation to really
Because we've
solidify.
had some serious storms, and I feel like
exactly.
if that was going to be a problem, it already would have been.
Right, you'd have seen something.
Yeah.
But you are,
point.
you
Yeah,
are.
that's
Yeah, like, I mean, somebody would have noticed if that hill wasn't retaining the water, or if all of that water was
Yeah.
dragging stuff with it, that would cause a problem.
Yeah.
We would notice drainage problems there.
So I'm
Yeah.
curious,
I guess.
Does this application include then any work on Boulder Court itself? Are
Yes.
you're gonna pave that up to your driveway in the dark line I see?
So it's only paved at the very bottom. The going up is crushed bluestone. With oil base, right? Oil base, crushed bluestone. Yeah, crushed stone. I'm sorry.
permeable.
Yes.
It's permeable, which is, even though the water table's there, it's something.
So what's outlined in black is the bluestone?
No, that's the steep
Go
slope.
Back to page
You
2.
go to
Just
SB2.
go all the way up to the second page. There you go. That's just a little bit higher. There you
Yeah.
go.
So it's stone hatch is the crushed bluestone, and then there's the asphalt apron along Brook Road, and then the driveway going up to the house from Boulder Court is going to be asphalt.
Is there a reason you don't
Bluestone,
want
if it's
that kind
rolled,
of
it
bluestone,
doesn't,
or is there a
it
reason you
doesn't
don't want
move,
bluestone
does
in
it?
the driveway as well? Just have it
You'd have
all
to-
bluestone?
I think that was a request of the
Yeah.
owner to do
Yeah.
Most
an
of those
asphalt
houses with
driveway.
the plow,
Flat
Yeah.
you
hill,
might
it's
push
a
it.
steeper slope,
And it
too.
is, yeah, it is steeper,
It is
yeah.
sloped, yes.
Because I'm assuming the apron is to hold that bluestone from leaving the property.
Yes.
Well,
correct.
once it's compacted, it's.
It stays?
It'll stay.
Oh,
place,
okay.
yeah.
I don't know.
Especially with it just being a one single family
How
residence.
much slope is in that Boulder Court?
Boulder Court, it's, I want to say between 4 to 6%. Worst case, like 6. Not terrible.
No, I
There's a
think the
picture,
driveway's
right? There's a-
worse, right? The driveway.
Yeah, driveway's like steeper.
Yeah.
going up to
And we
the side.
capture all the runoff on the driveway.
Right.
Everything on the residential parcel
Mhm.
is captured.
Well, the-
Yeah,
So
and we can confirm that,
everything
yeah.
from behind is, yeah, so it's, I think,
Yeah, it was more the
I
concern.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
the concern for the property owner. That was more
because
about
they're
that.
disturbing it with a retaining wall, you're worried that it might have
Exactly.
adjusted yeah, I mean, maybe,
Yeah.
but,
I would think DPW has input on whether or not this floods or how bad and during the storms,
Because it's
right?
private. DPW wouldn't know about this. They wouldn't want to.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like the end
Oh,
of
yeah.
the driveway
it's always-
Yeah.
where it hits.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
always, yeah.
Oh.
The drainage
Yeah.
improvements
All right.
is the problem.
So there you have it.
Yeah.
It does flood.
The only thing I would echo is, what you said earlier is about on the sides of the retaining wall, not only to collect the surface runoff behind the wall, but you want something for that under drain, just to allow it to go somewhere.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, the designs that we're using now are these, we have the perforated pipe behind the walls.
Right.
And then they actually come through, they make a nice product where you don't see the pipe coming out the face of the wall.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
That
I
is
see what
nice.
you're saying.
Yeah.
So they don't technically
So we don't have to
float
pipe to
aside.
something, right, it's just coming
Okay.
right out now.
Right off the wall.
That's kind of old school.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I guess too. We did talk about management. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If it is compact and it's not moving much, we just wanted to make sure there's some kind of management plan in place. I know they said the applicant, right, the homeowner would be the one to maintain it as part of their written narrative and the response letter. We just wanted a more formal maintenance plan as part of that roadway, just in case there is material movement or sediment. Just some kind of control there. That's something that we were recommending.
Okay.
On our half. If I keep going through the report, we did talk about clearing a little bit. So I think it's on their demolition plan. It's page SP6, was revised as the board requested to include both the current existing extensive clearing, the proposed extensive clearing, and the calculations for that. I think what we end up roughing out at the end is that in terms of the proposed parcel, right, there's 60.9% of the residential parcels proposed to be cleared, and about 45.4% of the roadways proposed to be cleared as part of the improvement. Now, for pursuant to the village code, the maximum clearing allowed on the residential parcel based on its size is 60%. So it's a 0.9% increase. In staff's opinion, we believe there may be alternatives or some kind of either revegetation, mitigation measures, or some kind of areas we can prevent clearing to just meet that standard. And again, we would also encourage, avoiding clearance as much as possible because of potential stormwater drainage concerns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Disturbance to the hills. So
You could certainly decrease it to avoid the variance, limit the clearing on the lot with the house for sure.
yeah.
What's the width of the roadway?
It's 18, the one on Boulder Court is 18 feet.
You're clearing it to 8.
Yes. Yeah. I think now it's,
When you say
10
60%,
maybe.
that's including Boulder Court?
No. So that's
That's just
purely-
the residential.
That's so the residential parcel by itself.
Mhm.
Yeah, 60% is the maximum clearing. They're proposed at 60.9%. And for the roadway itself, it's also because of the lot size 60%, and they have 45.4%. So the roadway technically complies. The residential parcel does at this time. Going from there, we did mention the access easement. I know we discussed that a little bit last time. We asked for the board asked for clarification regarding the access easement, and they provided us a draft document. Staff ourselves were able to find the formal document that was signed by the board. Signed. I think probably the attorney's office. Part of the resolution for for the subdivision that was approved as part of, and like we mentioned, it does give access to many of the adjoining parcels to the roadway. I don't know if we want to pull up maybe the GIS viewer, if you want to just go through the part, just to kind of get a visual of that. But again, because there are so many parcels potentially taking access to this, we kind of had concerns of what it should be defined as, right? If it is a private roadway, if it's a common driveway, like how it should be considered. The real reason for that concern is because, really because the fire code. If the fire code, if it's a residential driveway, I don't believe they need to provide an emergency vehicle turnaround area. But if it is a roadway, I believe it's over 150 feet in length, they might have to provide some kind of emergency vehicle turnaround, some kind of extra width. That's something that we were uncertain of at the time, and it kind of goes on how the village, I guess legally this roadway is defined. So that's something that we want to get additional clarification on, just to be sure that everything's being measured. Because we know there's been concerns by fire marshals in the past about.
You're the only one this house would be the only one using this road, right?
No, so technically, if you go
neighbors to the north.
all those properties to the north,
If they front the other way.
Right.
yes, they have
But
rear
they have
access.
There's an
Because
agreement.
it's a tough road, they've always accessed.
Yeah, and that was a condition of the subdivision approval. And then the two properties on Waco, that are that are southwest,
Like up above.
kind of. They're
Yeah.
very high up.
Yeah.
They also have deeded access somehow. Visually being there, I don't see it, but they technically have deeded access. access. They were incorporated as part of the access easement. I'm not sure how possible that would be, but that was also included. The only thing we couldn't find is that I guess if you go, there's a very thin paper trail that almost between Blasco and Boulder Court.
Right.
We weren't based on the access agreement. It doesn't seem like it was really addressed. We couldn't find much documentation about where that came from. Maybe it was a walking path or what it was supposed to be. That's something else we were maybe going to review internally and try to get some feedback on. But at this point, we didn't seem like it would be really any impact to the project as it currently is. Just kind of another clarification point. We
Yeah.
couldn't really find much on.
I had to guess it would be a drainage or a sewer easement, but, that was so long ago that it becomes like that parcel between Town Hall and the old McDonald's. You got gaps in there, of course.
Yeah.
So in regards to fire, what are we, since it's a private road, it doesn't need the turnaround.
That's the question. If it can count as a private road or if it should count as more of an access way. I mean, it's privately owned, but there was concern with the number of properties being accessed and how it's defined.
I mean, could we just have the fire marshal weigh in and
We did.
call
That's
it?
exactly what we
Oh.
want. We sent it to them already. We just haven't had comments back yet.
Oh,
So
okay.
they're just pending right now.
Yeah, so I would defer to whatever they.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I wanted to make. I just wanted to bring it to your board's attention just so it's a
Yeah.
comment there.
Okay.
Again, I don't think it's an issue, but we just want to, we did refer to that.
To be
so-
thorough, it's great.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It really functions as a common driveway more than a road.
Yeah, I agree.
Common shared driveway.
There's very few I'm aware of that actually use the rear
Yeah.
access. By one or
How
two.
many of them even knew they had it?
I think there's like two that maybe kind of
Yeah.
frequently use it, but when you go west on Boulder, no one's ever driven
Yeah.
over there. It's untouched.
All right. So I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll try to be quick. We mentioned Suffolk County Department of Health Services approval. I know you guys have received it in the past. We just haven't. We didn't get we had the copy of the department approving it, the system. We didn't get the plan.
Okay.
So we're just requesting the plan be submitted. I believe those do it. I could be wrong, but I believe those do expire. So 3 years. So I believe it was approved recently.
Yeah.
If it does, in the case it does expire, we just recommend maybe it's a condition of approval. A standard practice.
Extension or
Or
reapprove, whatever you call it, yeah.
Case extended, yeah. But again, as I alluded to, we had no concerns on, I guess, where it's located. And the last thing was beyond just going back to the retaining wall quickly, there was comments about the height of the retaining wall potentially having to provide a railing. Drop off there. They have revised the plans to include that, so that was.
Okay,
Or
good.
shrubbery.
Hmm?
Or shrubbery.
Oh.
Kids will find a way to jump.
Well, I mean, according to New York State, though, you could provide, like a hedge that's at least 3 feet when planted,
Huh.
or like a posted
Interesting.
rail. Gee, I wonder how I know this.
That's fine.
And it's New York State, not.
It's state, yeah, it's
Just
above
so
us,
you
yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, so I mean, we found that to be addressed. So
Is there a vegetation plan?
I don't
For,
believe-
No.
our landscape plan,
there's
sorry,
not a landscape plan.
not in the-
that would be useful, right? Especially if
Yeah.
you're clearing, right? How much do they have to replant? Right?
Yeah.
Once in a while, right?
Once in a while.
Can we all talk to my husband too? Once in a while.
Yeah. So I guess concluded all the biggest thing, I guess the question, right? Because there are still obviously some amendments, clarifications that need to be made. We're happy to work with the applicants on some of those items. DPW, we do the DEC if needed, just to kind of get some clarity, and we do. But we didn't want to preclude this obviously from going before the board. At least just let you know there's some updates going on. I guess in terms of seeker, it was our recommendation not to go ahead with the coordinator review just at this time until we have those clarifications. But again, that's ultimately up to the board's decision. If they feel they have enough information, they technically could, but that's what we flagged.
What, does that start a clock?
So what that does is then you can send it to all the interested and involved agencies, which would also in turn include the DEC. We'd send it to DPW. We'd send it
Yeah,
to
yeah,
as
why
an
wouldn't we
interested
want
in-
that?
Hmm?
Why wouldn't we want to do that?
Well, we're not lead agency yet, right? So they really
Oh.
can't
You're
do
not lead
that.
agency yet. Well, that's
Because we
if
don't
you
know who
wanna
the lead
declare yourself-
agency is.
If you want to declare yourself lead agency, you have to do a coordinated review first before you can do it. So it's basically if any of those agencies have an issue with the planning board being lead agency, that's their time to respond to it. We have 30 days to do it. So if the
Okay.
board did want to declare the status and initiate the process, what we would do is send out letters and referrals, the application, the plans, any information that we have to
Yeah, wait, why can't we declare lead agency?
no, well, you still can. It was we flagged it as a concern because of the on the FEAF. It doesn't indicate there's any state agency involvement, but really there may be. So that's something that we might have to clarify, and the FEAF would have to be revised to indicate that. And because again with the slope analysis and drainage, so that was
So if that wasn't indicated in the FEAF, they wouldn't be part of the coordinated review when we did lead agency, is what you're saying.
if it,
It wouldn't trigger a letter to them if it wasn't listed in the.
well, it's hard. I'm trying to explain it the best way. We could still refer to them as an interested or involved agency, right? Because we did mention this as near
Okay.
Mill Creek, potential outflows to the harbor. Like we would still have probably refer to them as part of secret just for their awareness. We always try to be as precautionary as possible and include agencies, and likely they'll come back with a non-jurisdiction letter, or they might come back with real comments. What the form didn't indicate any state agencies were involved at this time, but there may be the DEC involved. That's the only real.
Okay.
But we can still send as part of the coordinated review. So again, this happens. There are minor errors. FEFs are never perfect.
Because
They're
I'd like
always-
to move them forward.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Agree.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
If you-
doing due diligence. It sounds like.
That's fine.
There was,
Yeah.
I think in 2013, there was a letter of non-jurisdiction from the DEC. That's why we.
There
said
was in the
was-
past.
Yeah, that's
so,
what I mean.
So I will mention that there was in the past. The only thing is in January, the DEC did update the regulations. So it's about the acreage, but they also include unusual importance as part of their any wetland of
So,
unusual importance.
If we declared lead agency today, could they, I'm not saying you would, just saying, could they get away from talking to the DEC or having us talk to the DEC and want their input?
The coordinated review would technically refer to them. If the DEC had comments, they should give it to us as part of that
Yes,
review.
I don't
so-
see.
We could do that. Yeah.
If you guys if you guys assume lead agency, wouldn't it would accelerate that process then, right?
Yeah.
You-
The coordination.
Technically, yeah, because instead of
Yeah,
us
they'd
coordinating
have to
before
respond
we
in
refer it
30
and then refer it, it would be as part of the referral. We could do all this. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Alright.
think we should.
it was
move
just a
it on.
precautionary thing.
I
that's
like it. I like the precaution.
okay.
Okay.
So yeah, we can certainly do that, and we'll be sure to let the DEC know why we're referring it to them, just so it makes it a little clearer for them. So we can
Okay.
do that.
Can I get a motion to make the planning board lead agency on this project?
Well, declare intent for lead agency status.
Declare an intent for lead agency status?
Just want to be clear.
What
for
he
the,
said.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then
Okay.
basically everything in green is their, sorry, not, everything in green under staff recommendations is kind of their bullet list
Yes.
for next steps.
Yeah, for next steps. That was our
But
comments.
include in that the landscape plan.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Yeah. And because I've forgotten how much you have to revegetate on a slope. I'd have to look at. Okay.
Very good.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys.
You're welcome.
Let's grab,
Okay. '60 North Country Road. About 60 North Country? Okay. You want to do it now? I mean, okay,
16
right off the
North
bat.
Country.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Lee has something to say on this.
Thing to say, just want to put it on the record for discussion. I own a commercial real estate brokerage firm, property management firm called NAI Long Island. Our firm was the leasing agent and the sales agent for 60 North Country Road, and we successfully concluded a deal with the applicant
Mhm.
to purchase the building. So
Okay.
we represented the seller not the buyer. But, you know, there was this is fairly recent, I think. Long ago, are you the principal?
The engineer is the
February of 2024.
Okay, so, you know, a year and a half ago. I was not, one of my brokers in the office did the deal, so I really wasn't involved.
So you
but-
have no conflict, really? I don't
I
think.
don't
But
think
it's up
so,
to you,
but-
but you don't think so either.
I don't know, I don't, don't think I do. Don't think I do.
I have no objection.
I just wanted to put it on the record.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just have the name of this young man right here?
Sure. Colin Roy with H2M. I'm the civil engineer. Justin Tompkins is the civil engineer. of
I'm
record, but-
sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you talk into the mic?
Sorry. Colin Roy with H2M. I'm a civil discipline engineer. The engineer of record for this project with our company is Justin Tompkins, but he's not able to attend tonight.
Thank you.
No problem. Maybe hold up the microphone side of the back.
Okay. We can go now.
Yep. All right. So, yeah, this is a pre-submission conference application, like preliminary discussion to talk about a kind of a conceptual revitalization of the existing 2.5-story structure located at 6 North Country Road. This is direct for board's awareness, directly across right from Mather Hospital. It also includes a west on Belterre Road. I know I made that mistake in the second, but on the west side of Belterre Road, right at the intersection. So what this project proposes, it's kind of twofold. The first part of it is to renovate the existing building and change the existing uses from, I believe it's a mix of professional office on the first and technically the third, almost like attic story we call it, or like the half story.
Yeah, the third story it's professional office.
Professional office.
Yeah, as of like the 1990 change of occupancy, it's professional office.
Gotcha. Hey. And then the middle story, I think the last CO was for medical in the second story.
Correct. Yeah.
And change that so that the first 2 stories are purely professional office and the third story is storage only.
No.
No?
No. Yeah.
That was a mistake. Okay.
All 3 stories would be professional office.
Oh, it would.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Oh.
Makes more sense.
The basement is storage, remains storage. There's a basement to the facility that's
Okay.
currently storage, and it would
So-
remain storage.
In the staff report, the square footage shows 13,287.
Yes.
That includes all 3 floors.
Yeah.
That is the square footage for all 3 floors. The first floor is approximately 4,900. Second floor the same, 4,900. Third floor is about 3,500.
Okay. So the plans currently indicate storage only on the top floor.
Did they put that on?
Yeah, you did. The plans say storage only on the
Yeah,
third
I apologize
story.
for that.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I just, that's why I thank you for clarifying that.
And is it 3 stories or 2.5?
That's the question. It was historically
'Cause I'm just.
considered 2.5, but there's a use on the third story, and it,
Troy,
Yeah.
3.
it's
Due to it being a pitched roof, you do
I-
lose some useful
Can,
square
can you
footage
come
on
up and use a mic also? Because there's
yes,
we have
I get you,
people
yeah.
watching.
Yeah, so it's 3 stories.
Well,
It's 3 stories. It's certainly more than
Like
2.5.
2 stories
but-
and an
Yeah.
attic. And it-
Stories.
one
But
of those-
it's a use.
It's a use.
Third story is
it
a
is,
use.
but
you-
it's limited. He'll explain.
And you're dormering out the 3rd story, if I'm not.
Yes, the adding the dormer on each side, extension, the shed roof would add approximately 300 square feet of rentable space to the 3rd floor.
So when you say dormer, are you just connecting the
Exactly.
whatever those are?
do
Yeah,
have
I
elevations
didn't think that was the right name. Oh, okay.
So will that
in
will-
between?
will that leave you with space on the 3rd floor that still has a certain limited ceiling height at where the pitches come down?
Yes, there is a few areas where there is a 6-foot high knee wall.
So, okay, well, we have to look at the plans. Have you developed, have you developed?
So we have floor
Plan-
plans in the
okay,
file, but
okay.
again, they're just,
Yeah.
so you'll notice a lot of our comments focus on those floor plans, some things we didn't have when we received them.
Yeah.
And then, but the basement supports, the extra basement supports are because you're dormering out.
I honestly wasn't even aware that they had added the extra basement supports on the plans, and I'm not
Okay.
sure why they did. Maybe you could answer.
That'll be a question I'll bring back to our structural engineers as well.
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, because that's a
That's
little
what those were, right?
concerning.
Those were additional.
right?
They were, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I figured. I was like,
Yeah.
it didn't say much, and I figured that's what it was in the basement. I guess too, just to expand beyond this, there is another part of this application that's also to connect this site right with the larger, what we call the North Shore Professional Center. So there is a new curb cut being proposed between the two parcels, I believe the southeast end, now connecting with the adjoining parcels, and you can see it there.
And how many spaces do you lose by doing that?
So there's actually, I could answer. So there's actually, I believe that there was a site plan submitted that showed 34. That's incorrect. So it's 40 right now. We would lose 3 spaces on the 60 north side and 4 spaces on the 68 north countryside.
How many total would you lose?
Between both lots would be 7.
No, but only on your site.
3.
So you go from 40 to 37.
Correct.
But that includes a space for a dumpster then, because the dumpster has to move.
Exactly.
The dumpster was only there for 1 week. It's long gone. That was over. It's
but-
been almost a month that it's been gone.
Oh, because
so
it's a requirement under the, right? Don't
You
they
are
have to have?
required to yeah, and you're also required to have a truckload of space, which
Right.
are not provided.
So you'll have to provide a dumpster space.
there is a refuse area.
Yeah.
Is
you
it
have
is
to-
it refuse like garbage cans, or is it
No,
like those?
it's a refuse area that for a dumpster. It's gated. It's fully fenced in with
Oh,
with
okay.
a double gate.
And where's that located?
It's directly next to where the proposed cut through is. Exactly right there. So when the dumpster was brought in, that area had been vacant for over 6 months. People had thrown a lot of garbage in there. There was a lot of overgrowth. So I had asked them to put the dumpster right next to it so we could clean it out. Once it was cleaned out, they moved it back to where it should have been.
Oh, okay.
The cut-through makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
You're only losing 3 spaces on your side.
But who owns the property next to this? Is it the same owner?
Yes.
This way, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
going east.
But the one just brief comment too is because it is 2 separate parcels, it does require a site plan amendment to be on the parcel.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it's the same owner and
Sa-
it's
yeah, same
We'll
owner,
do. Yeah,
And
we
that-
understand a cross-access easement is needed.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
And a new site plan.
Yes.
In the case it
Okay.
never sells, we were suggesting cross-access easement be created
Okay.
just because, you're now combining these parcels functionally, but
Mhm.
it should just, if something ever happens.
And then the building that used to be a bank, isn't it being used for tech guys? Who's in there now?
The 68 North Country.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is being rented by Northwell, and they intend to use it for physical therapy.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
so now do they have to increase the parking they provide because that's medical
Yeah,
versus right
it's-
now it's technical? It's an office?
Well, that's part of what we wanted to get clarification on. If we needed to, if we were going to assess just the 60 North Country or adding the cross access, should we assess it, the parking assessment, as the entire site? But either way, we believe we have enough spaces
Yeah, we did a
Without
preliminary
the cross
assessment.
through?
with it,
With it, okay.
whether it's assessed individually or as an entire site.
So then it sounds like you're going to have a site plan for 68 North Country and you're changing the use from, because it's like
Yeah, non-medical to medical, yeah.
non-medical to medical.
Site plan, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, the parking lot should never have been, they shouldn't have been approved to have the second floor as medical. The building is better suited to be fully office.
But there's a change of use at 68 as well, right? That one, you said it's going to be for physical therapy
Yes,
in that building? And I think
that's what
right
I
now
believe
it's
their
in-
intentions are.
I really have to look into the history, see what's approved as.
I-
Yeah, it's-
It was a bank.
It
So
was a
Yeah.
bank,
Yes.
and
It
I
started
don't
as a
know if it
bank.
was used
So,
as offices after,
yeah, and
but-
I think Northwell bought it at one point, right? Because it was IT for
It was-
the whole time?
They own it.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But
For
it
some
was-
reason, I thought it was IT for Mather for some
It
reason.
was. It was for a short time.
Because it was office.
They were tenants.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. my
I
bad.
could be mistaken, and it's possible that Northwell has pivoted. It was months ago when they stated that their plan was to use it for physical therapy. So I'm not entirely sure.
So you'll have to come for So aside from what you're here for now, you'd have to come, since you're opening it up and you're gonna have to show us a site plan, you're gonna have to change the use for that building.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
But then on the other hand, if there's, in the information designated medical use in 60 North Country Road, and it's going to go all offices, that reduces the amount of parking spaces they need for that. If,
Yeah, but it's a separate site, so.
Is that your plan to do non-medical at
For-
60?
Yes,
60.
yes, that, our plan is to change the CO to complete office in the building.
Oh.
And I know in your staff report, there was also the question of the intention for the annex lot. We would like, hoping to get approval and not include that as part of the parking assessment.
Well, I guess it's all a matter of the numbers, right? I mean, what's the,
It just,
I mean, do you make it?
it isn't, it isn't, it also, it's not practical. It's
Right.
over 300-foot
No,
walk, not to mention
it
you have to
isn't.
cross two streets to
It's
get
not
there.
practical.
If I could,
Just add some, yeah, just briefly. So this project has been, not, I think before, it was extensively reviewed by staff. They reviewed the parking requirements based on what has historically been approved, what's currently been approved. I believe as of right now, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, between the two sites, 59 spaces is what we had on record. Between
I-
60 North
I thought
and the
I thought
adjacent.
it was 60.
Okay.
40 and 20, I could be mistaken.
Okay.
That's with the ancillary parking lot
That
on
is-
the other side of the street.
yes.
Okay.
And that was originally approved back in 1988, where they proposed to start using the third story use. That approval, I think, was it was non-medical office at the time. It still is, but they allowed the only approval of that third story with the use of the annex building. So that is functionally at the moment
annex lot.
integrated. Annex lot, yes.
Right.
I think
So it
that-
is functionally integrated with the site plan as it is.
It
But I
is.
will say, we did review based on the existing uses. So if you count the medical office, the second,
So forget that, though.
I'm sorry.
So it's
Proposed?
gonna be non-medical.
Yes,
So how much parking did they need?
we had
if they-
34 on as our calculation.
So they
The
meet it, they do it
13,000,
first.
13,000 feet of non-medical
Yes.
requires 34 parking spaces?
They'll have 37.
correct,
That's
we
not
meet it.
right.
So you meet it.
It was
Oh, it's five, isn't it 5 per thousand? Or
no,
5
it's
for 300 square feet.
yeah,
What is it?
0.75,
for 300 square feet.
and they have 13. So they gave us 13,287 square feet for the building. And
Does that include the third floor and the additional floor area?
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
third
yeah.
floor?
so it
No.
does. Oh, it doesn't.
No, I don't believe it does. We could double check, but I
We did ask to
believe-
clarify that.
Yeah, I do believe that is what the square footage is right now. So it would be roughly 13,500 after the dormer expansion.
Should move up to like 35 or 30 for a couple of months.
Still probably just.
And the non-medical
I don't-
parking ratio
I'd have to check,
is
that
what?
number might have the dormer in it. I thought it,
0.75 per
Okay.
300
that they
square
said it
feet.
did.
For
The original number was like 12,000
12,
and change.
yeah.
It was like in the
12.
high 12s, and that 13 I think has the dormer.
oh, the mics.
Sorry,
Um,
I believe the, if you scroll up to the kind of top right at the site plan that's shown right now, the concept plan, you'll see the parking count requirement, but the square footage on there, I do believe does, actually, sorry, this is flipped, so it's bottom left, bottom right. There you go. So we have the parking required calculation right there
Yeah,
on the
let me
top of the page. That 13,000 does include the dormer, I believe.
Okay, good.
So
Make it.
can you,
Good.
can you split it out? Generally, we do like the first floor.
That's what we asked for in the
Yeah.
in the
Oh,
staff report.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
All right,
We
didn't
can,
get to.
good.
That way there's no, we don't have to ask this again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and building elevation too, I saw you need also.
Yeah.
There's no ambiguity. You had 40, you're going to 37 on your site. You only need 34 in the new zoning, so you don't need that separate lot across the street.
Right, yeah.
we also in the documents provided do have a parking analysis for the adjacent property to show like the entire impact, and them losing the 4 stalls does not fall
Yeah,
below
no,
their
we
criteria.
showed
They're
that
still
part
well
in the
within their
analysis
range.
plan. If it does mean much, we did view the, just based on the current zoning and what's currently approved there, it would technically, as it's currently stands, should have had a parking requirement of about 70 spaces. So they are technically de-intensifying the
Yes.
change of use, and that's just a comment I wanted to put out there, just
Absolutely.
as a, for retrospect, and in
No,
terms of, the annex, the other
It's,
lot.
it's good. It's been a mess. It's been a mess.
What's the real purpose of the cross-access then?
The so the purpose of the cross access is just in case for any reason if that that 37 spaces didn't accommodate,
Mm-hmm.
it's certainly much easier to park around the 68 North Country building. There's like 18 spaces around the perimeter of 68 North Country Road. During business hours, it's not uncommon to see 8 to 10 spaces empty over there. So if there ever was a scenario where the 60 North Country lot was full, it makes it easier for someone to drive through and find a parking space on the other side.
Yeah, it almost seems like 68 would have, if they want to leave that site, all they can really do now, if they go out to North Country and make a right, they can't go left. It's almost like this whole parking lot.
Yeah,
it's good.
it gives them
Go out,
access
stay
to Oakland
safe.
Avenue
Yeah.
through there also.
You
Gonna help with
anybody
traffic.
parking here, instead of going all the way down here to get out. Yeah, they can't get out here. They're
Right.
Yeah, they have to go, yeah.
No,
it's
good, that's
They're gonna
good.
say, hey, I can make it faster out here to get to the truck.
That's good.
Along those same lines, though, anyone wanting to turn right off of Oakland
You might be-
could cut
Oh,
through.
no, they can do that already. They can do that already.
Yeah, they can do that. There's a.
Because there's an exit right there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah.
My bad. right.
I'm just curious. I mean, you have a big site to the east. Is your lot, what percentage of the lot is generally, percentage-wise, is full on a normal business day, would you say?
So the building next to 68 to the east,
Right.
that's 70 North Country.
Right.
If you look just south of that,
Uh-huh.
that area gets pretty filled up.
Right.
It's probably 95% full during
Right.
business hours. But the area around, just to the west of that, which would be just south of 68 North Country,
Yeah.
and the spaces right around 68 North Country are usually vacant.
All right. So you're not, yeah, and you're 100% occupied.
In 70?
In your park, I mean.
70 North Country is 100% occupancy. 125 Oakland is 90% occupancy right now.
What's the plan for that lot across the street that you're decoupling?
So, we have been contacted by agents saying that they have clients that are interested in purchasing it. We never got far enough to get any clarification on what their clients' intentions were on it. That's a possibility. There's also the possibility, we also own 40 North Country, which is where my office is,
Right.
which is on the other corner. Possibly conjoining it with that instead. It's closer in proximity, and converting that to medical, which would be done somewhere down the line. But
Is it zone residential, that piece?
so
Parking, yes. Yeah, it's RB2.
RB2.
Yeah.
the 40 North?
The
No.
vacant
The lot.
Okay, yes, yeah.
The annex, I guess I don't know what to call it, but that parcel's 40, it's RB2 zoning. And it is allowed, we have a code section too that does technically allow, but it's only under certain circumstances, which the
Right,
planning board
okay.
agreed to.
All right. Good.
Yeah, so where are we? What do we need?
So this is really, again, this is in the preliminary stages. I mean, so obviously there were things we weren't aware of as part of this report. We gave a bunch of recommendations in our staff report just for the next steps for the applicant. It's basically summarized very similar to what the board said tonight: clarification regarding the uses of the property, clarification regarding the floor area, parking calculations. We asked for again, we had a lot of comments in here about that top floor being storage, because we know there's new bathrooms being proposed, but again, now we clarified that's gonna be office space.
Right.
That wasn't a big issue anymore.
Okay.
Just checking one more, and then we did ask for the on-site loading space, the relocation of the dumpster, if it can be provided on-site.
And then
But they do seem to have addressed that too. It's
you,
just,
you said it's a type 2 for secra,
yes.
but isn't there a threshold of money spent on renovations?
I don't think so.
Is there?
There's, I believe so, we have to look into that. There's
I thought,
building code, like there's different levels of renovation you can do. but-
yeah, I thought that I could be completely
Not
wrong.
for seeker.
I don't think so.
I
I've
thought
never
there
heard
was
that.
that it
Money
clicked it into
Can't
to.
really apply for the state environmental.
I don't think
I
so.
thought it did. Okay, I thought it kicked it into type 1, but
It's will it
Certainly.
have a
Look into
significant
it.
adverse environmental?
No, I understand, but for some reason I remember. I get that. Yep.
All right.
I just thought that was.
And then, yeah, too, and it also just sort of gives some just general comments for the applicant. Suitable location for this type of use, suitable location for this type of development, any concerns, all that kind of stuff. But kind of leave off with this.
Sorry, one question I had on process, we mentioned looking at site plans for both properties. Justin had mentioned, and maybe I misunderstood, but there was a discussion to do one combined site plan for the submission. Is that correct?
So you can, yeah, we just have to include both parcels. It'll
To
be like a
represent
site plan
everything.
amendment for both parcels.
For everything on one plan? For one,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
It wouldn't, it's not two separate submissions?
It could be one, because we've had other projects where they merge properties, and
Yep.
this isn't a merger, but it's a, you know.
So are you looking to sell that lot to the west end that's not being really considered in the parking
The-
space calculation
the-
on the north side?
The
of-
annex lot?
Yeah.
We don't know, but yeah, we would either sell it or possibly try to conjoin it with the 40 North Country building and convert it to medical space there,
So they're decoupling it from this.
Mhm.
That's it, yeah.
which is, it's if you look, it's directly across the street from 40 North Country.
How did that ever get?
Oh, it happened. It
No,
happened.
it was the 80s, wasn't
It
it?
happened.
It was the 80s, yeah, and there's a whole mystery, because they tried doing it in 85, the planning board shut it down, because they thought, the access across, they thought it was a dangerous intersection, they didn't
Yeah.
want to provide it.
I don't
And then
think it was-
88, they kind of flipped the script and said,
I don't think it never gets used, ever.
no, it's, but
Never.
we visited, and I'll be honest, there were things that were, the planning board required as part of the 88 resolution to use that space that haven't been done there yet. And it's not, it's all,
You do
yeah.
see a couple cars in there every once in a while. There used to be a house there.
oh, okay, so, he said it's residential.
Yeah, and the guy had like a 38 Packard in the garage.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and a tree grew up in front of the garage, so they had to cut down the tree to get
That was
the
a
Packard
Mac,
out.
that was a McNamara, field, this whole thing. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Are we good?
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Well,
Thank
cool.
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Well,
We'll see you again.
We have to go over the interior. Is that also? The interior renovations?
Oh, we just asked for just a layout of them.
Okay.
Once they're confirmed, just a layout of where, because right now we just have kind of, it's like a little blank in certain areas, the existing partitions to remain, they don't show it. So we're just asking for that to be shown
Okay.
in the plans.
Oh, no, I saw in the staff report that there were questions about what the intentions were.
Yes.
For usage.
Yes.
I don't know if you wanted to talk about that, or should we just put it on?
Oh,
the plans?
we did already. You guys confirmed. It was about the storage.
You
the
thought
attic.
it was
The plan says storage
on
only.
the third floor. That
Okay.
was
Yeah.
confusing.
That's what the plan says, so
Yeah, and-
we just have to clarify that
fact-
in the next submission. The
Right.
third floor is being used for offices.
Right, and you're not, and you did clarify that there'll be all non-medical in there.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
so
Yes.
that's,
Okay.
answers the big question.
Good.
Yes, you remember that. house,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you.
That guy's named Bob, he used to be a concert pianist, yeah. He just
Thanks.
Have a good night. Take care.
You know, you would see him walk around, but it turned out he was a
So,
car in the garage.
very.
Oh, you want to do that one?
Yeah.
Okay. You here for the ferry? We
Yeah,
jumped
I'm
ahead. But
We should have had him go first.
for the last two,
He's been here.
Good evening, everyone.
thanks for your patience.
My name is Harold Jefferson. I'm a port engineer and attorney with Port Jeff Ferry, project manager on West Ferry office, building across the street we're doing, and the Ecoland building, East Ferry office to us, which is also nearing completion. I did some pictures quickly so you can kind of get an idea. There'll be no me give the full breadth of what we're looking at. We've spoken to Mr. Gallagher when he was still at DPW. There's an interesting crooked road on East Broadway, entering the ferry lot, which is the furthest east entrance into the ferry lot on East Broadway. And
No, it's up there.
I think some of the pictures, a little further back, really kind of give you an idea with what's happening with how the road, kind of diverges a little bit, and it creates a choke point right at the entrance of the ferry.
Mhm.
So we'd spoken to Mr. Gallagher, he kind of agreed with us. Our initial proposal was 24 inches on the north side. We scaled that back to 18 inches. That still allows a 5'6" sidewalk
Mhm.
in the front of Mary Bayless Park. The initial thought also was going all the way back to Danford's driveway. I don't think we have to go back that far. The crook is really, like I said, right at the entrance, which is more, all the way to the left from the diagram.
I remember this from last year when it was, the idea was to keep the sidewalk at 6 feet.
Well, like I said, we were looking at 18, so we're making it usable to make sure that we have like the 3 lanes.
I mean, standard design behind the sidewalk, behind a concrete curb is a 5-foot walk. Yeah, that's more than sufficient.
There's areas on the West Broadway which are 4-foot slopes.
Right.
We're trying to make it workable, but obviously as much sidewalk as we can.
Would you put any bollards in that section where it's narrower between the sidewalk and the drop off? People queuing up sidewalk, stepping to the road.
We haven't thought of that, no. Kind of like it open. There is a guardrail on the north side of the sidewalk on the park land itself, Mary Bayless Park.
So
You'd have to run that
your
by-
plans show 5.5, so it's 5.6?
I thought
It's-
it was
it's-
I think it's 5.5.
It's
5.5.
5.5.
So
it's
that
5
dark
foot 6
line is the final, dark line.
curb location.
Because I didn't see a lot of difference between the demolish and the new,
So the existing
Yeah.
curb line is shown,
right.
The dark
and
line.
then the
Is
dark
the-
line is the
yeah.
new curb line.
And then if you don't go all the way back to the Danforth driveway, where would you stop?
So looking at it, speaking with the contractor, Don Spence, we think we can work it right where this handicap ramp is coming in. So we would probably start to cut right, an easy merge over to the new curb. The other thing too,
Yeah, I mean,
the big problem with East Broadway for us and you guys too, is the cars making U-turns. So,
yeah,
let the picture show, that was actually, Portjet DPW to put the solid cones in. They're flexible, so they can hit and whatnot. And we've added going up the street, because
Yeah.
signs that say no turn and
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
else,
yeah.
and
yeah.
they do. So when we spoke to Mr. Gallagher, it was almost, whether we do those type yellow cones up further to about this area here, where they can still make the turn coming out.
So you're still having the yellow cones? Okay. I thought that was to eliminate.
No, you still need the,
Still have.
people are still gonna
Yeah.
make that turn.
Yeah, I
But-
guess the problem is probably the GPS, right? The
Yeah.
GPS tells
Yeah.
them, doesn't know, you can't make a left into that entrance.
Right.
So
And
it sends them east.
a couple attempts to try and get the GPS people to
Change,
correct their thing.
yeah.
The proper route, our understanding, is supposed to be East Main. down
Yeah, I mean, it's signed that way too, so, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think it's a problem going all the way back to the Danforth driveway. So,
I'll agree with you. on that.
yeah, the only time I ever noticed that the situation that it is right now is that what we just talked about, the U-turns. And then very much at the very end, if someone decides they're gonna take a wide turn
Right.
into
Which really jams everything.
then somebody going west doesn't feel like they have enough room to quite get around that wide turn. But up until that point, everyone's in their lane, everything's fine.
Well, like I say, it really
In my
happens
pers-
right there
my-
where the road curves back, and if you get a truck and one car that's just slightly wide,
Yeah,
it just jams everything
it
up.
does.
And,
Because then the people going through can't get by.
So is the purpose of the project to fix the congestion at the entrance to the ferry property, or is it to realign the street so you can have travel
Better
lanes
queuing.
past the
more
queuing?
to realign.
To realign the street, okay.
Which will allow us to get the cars into the ferry lot,
Right.
but still allow the cars that are going westbound on East Broadway, you know, to maintain.
When you move when you move the curb, are you changing the drainage grate? Or are you gonna leave that there?
So, speaking with Mr. Spencer, and I'll make sure on this, he was saying we'll drop back that, still make it a curb, storm drain, just move it back the 18 inches that we need. And then there was also a question with, there was a water main cover, but it's empty. So, he said that we could fill in and just.
Okay.
Because the curb line would have been right in line with that water meter vault cover. It was a large one about like that. 12 inches.
Go ahead, Andy, sorry. to
No, I
interrupt
was just
you.
gonna say, staff had a staff report. I don't know if you took a look at it or not, but we did,
Did.
we had some observations, some recommendations in that. One of the recommendations was to add some more dimensional detail to the width of the road, the
Mhm.
final width of the road.
Mhm.
Again, I don't know when you plan on doing the work, but obviously it should be done in the off-season or the slow season.
Yeah.
Need the utility markouts because I'm not sure that we all know what utilities are in there, so that would have to
Well,
be.
we just went across the street, actually, with conduits. We ran 2 4-inch lines for generator.
Okay.
The standby generator now is on the ferry lot, which we plan on
Okay.
leaving. We'll probably relocate it when we do the overall ferry terminal rebuild. But we ran 3 conduits across. One was for IT stuff and 2 for emergency generators. Where the emergency generator stays on the ferry lot, doesn't have to be at the East Ferry place, but we can still have power. if we need it.
Not being an engineer, this is mostly a surface. You're not doing any digging or anything like that, or is this mostly just removing the
It's just cutting the
curb and
curb back.
expanding the?
He was saying, like, some of the pores are monolithic monopores.
Monolith, yeah.
So I don't know if the whole thing has to be replaced in that, whatever. it would be.
And there's no plans to move the ticket booth? Because
So,
that's,
no, the ticket booth, believe it or not, works where it is, and it's pretty good. The question with the backup on East Broadway, we think is really gonna be addressed with the third phase of this. First being West Ferry, East Ferry, and we're gonna downsize that present ferry terminal, probably by at least 50%, I would guess. And the issue for us is the intersection of cars coming off from east,
Right.
east slip, right, with the cars
Go
trying to get
on.
into the lot. We take the ferry terminal building down that exists now, that'll allow us a direct access for cars exiting the boat using the west slip, go right out the exit.
okay,
So they don't, no longer intersect
okay.
cars coming in.
That's good.
I think, honestly, that's gonna take care of more of it. Like I said, to us, and having worked there the
Mhm.
last, you know, now in school, it's a little choke. And if we could eliminate it, you know, we're still keeping pedestrians safe.
Yeah,
If-
well,
if-
how
if-
long before the that other connection is done so that it,
So we're waiting for the CO for West Ferry office.
Yeah.
East Ferry office shouldn't be too far behind. We are projecting, demo probably in the winter. Like you said, we try and aim this stuff more
okay.
off-season
All
when
right, so
we
this is a-
can.
Right.
We rebuilt the dock 7 years ago, and it bled over a little bit, but most of that work was done in the winter time. and I have a great picture if you'll come by.
Okay.
That project going on, it was just holes everywhere and cranes, and we got that done amazingly. So, the design of the new ferry terminal, we just really started having meetings on it. So we know it's gonna take a little time, but we're pushing probably, like I said, sometime midwinter to start doing the demo on the other one.
That's
The
a
only-
smaller building in the same spot?
Well, I think, like I said, what we're looking to do is eliminate the building where that West Ferry
Right.
slip is. And this will allow the traffic to come directly off. Right now,
Right.
the traffic coming off that ramp has to swing out. So it does a couple things. A, it's very hard for bigger stuff to make that swing. B, it chews up a lot of our staging area, which doesn't make you guys happy. So, like I said, I think we can, you know, once we have a lot of our people out of there, which is what the plan is, West Ferry, East Ferry, you know, all the people working in the present terminal will be dispersed. So you'll be left with really just creating a waiting area, bathrooms for the passengers, small ticket area, and that's it. So all the office space we have there now we shouldn't use, won't need anymore.
Do you have an overall site plan of
Yeah,
everything?
well, like I said, we really just started having meetings with it, and
Right.
as well as the vehicle traffic situation is squared away, it kind of creates more a walk-on onto the boat problem. So we're looking at various things. I know you had mentioned in your staff report about extending the dock. When we rebuilt the dock, it was something we kind of anticipated, and we did have plans for that. We talked to state DEC about it, and they were not overly thrilled. The width of the dock, I think if you go over 20 feet, it starts creating dead zones, and they obviously don't want that. So,
That was in the comprehensive plan that we brought that up.
yeah, like I said, it was something we looked at. The last underwater lease we did with Brookhaven Town, we extended our lease line to the Danford's town dock line, so we could go out, that far. Like I said, I think for us, it would be a heavy push. If it's something we looked at and Fort Jeff agreed, maybe together, it's something we could move forward.
We just reviewed the comprehensive plan for suggestions and things like that. That was one of the suggestions. I don't think we wanted, it's an actionable item at this time. I think it was just something for background information, but,
Could I just interrupt you real quick? For our approval, I guess is what we're looking for. I'd like to see, I think you should really mark out, get the utilities marked out, because you don't know. I've seen gas lines right under the curb. He yanks the curb, the gas goes, and all hell's breaking loose.
Yeah, before any work, we have to call 811, which is for markout.
Right.
Like I said, we've been through this, and even with the markout we did for running lines across the road, he got close enough to an old water main
Right.
where it caused an issue.
Right.
So,
And then I'd just like to see, that you're changing the transition. I'd like to see what you have in mind for that. I mean, not that I doubt Mr. Spence's capability. It's just, it would be nice to know that there's a, appropriate transition. It's just not all of a sudden it goes from 30 feet to 32 feet wide and,
I reached out to Land Design today.
Oh, okay.
The staff notes had mentioned amplification on some measurements and whatnot.
Right,
So,
okay.
we'll throw that at them and see if we can't show you exactly what we're gonna do with where we transition into the new curve.
I wanted to ask, and this isn't really for the ferry, this is for the village, but if we find that after this is done, 5.5 feet is just not wide enough of a sidewalk for people to pass each other, strollers, would the village be willing to move the fence of
Not a
Mary Bayless
village.
Park?
Yeah.
It's a town.
We work with the town to move that up a foot or two to widen the sidewalk on the north side.
Problem becomes, because we talked about that originally, was that it's a park and then you'd
Right.
have to.
Parkland alienation. I
which
get
takes
that.
years
I get
and-
that.
Except, yeah, Stanford has used that park.
Right. I'm not, yeah,
So I don't know.
Well, they should
Is
have.
it a
But
Yeah.
the thing is, if we find that the reduction of 18 inches of that sidewalk going from 7 feet to 5.5 feet, it's now too much of a crowded choke point. Can we get some land back on the north side by taking 2 feet of the park?
right.
There's an awful lot of people that do use that
Yep.
sidewalk.
Yeah, yeah,
They
absolutely.
walk in groups too.
Yeah.
It's,
So,
you know, they're gonna have to
that'd
go
be
single
something
file.
after this is done to monitor. And if we say, all right, we have to reach out to the town, we want to go back 18 inches, 2 feet along the sidewalk.
I mean, we
Oh,
we
okay.
raised that as an issue in the staff report, because that is a pedestrian way, and now we're shrinking the pedestrian way, so that's a point well taken, and we can monitor that. Don't know, you know, what the solution to that would be, but that is something that we need to keep in mind.
Yeah, the biggest problem is when the ferry arrival, I mean, now, I mean, I got a picture from a couple of years ago where it was backed up
Yeah.
past East Main Street
Absolutely.
because the ferry traffic was,
Definitely.
so, I mean,
Not often, but it happens.
the fact that you have something planned is good.
Yeah,
The
lately I've
Eklund
seen
building,
it,
that's
yeah.
just offices, right? No ticket sales there, right?
Yeah, no tickets.
It's all ferry.
Ticket sales, you know,
So there won't be,
will be in the, like I said, in the new ferry terminal, we'll have at least the ticket counter, kind of like the present one
Yeah.
does.
so,
As you know, more and more stuff is done online,
yeah, so,
which works for us. People pull in,
Yeah,
it's
that's
on
fine.
their phone,
yeah.
off they go.
So shouldn't be any significant increase on the crosswalks to the Eklund building across the street.
Should
With,
be,
you have employees there, I know, they may park
should be,
elsewhere.
the front, the Evelyn, store
Mhm.
itself, is a lounge area.
Mhm.
There's it's not even a kitchen, just a refrigerator back there. It's,
Yeah.
Should you find your employees are going back and forth, please have them use the crosswalks.
Sorry. Will do. But no, honestly,
Okay.
I don't think you'll see very much traffic. East Ferry office will have, call center, which is, reservation agents and whatnot. There is, operations, which is, port captain, assistant port captain.
Mhm.
They'll be up there. West Ferry office is engineering, human resources, Mr. Hall has his
Oh.
office there. He actually, he has the top.
Yeah.
It's a great view up there. It really is.
We see if the ferry's on time.
So we brought the application before you. This would be a site plan application, but we need
Mhm.
drawings stamped and signed so we can process them. So that's one of the comments. Also procedurally internally, this is within 500 feet of a state or county road, so we need to refer the site plan to the county. We have a intermunicipal agreement with the county, so we may not need to refer it, just let them know that we're processing it. Also, I think we should coordinate with Brookhaven, just let them know that we've got this project going on because of Mariners Park. So we'll
You mean
send
the
it-
state, not the county?
I'm sorry, the town. And if you're within 500 feet of a state or county road, you need to send it to the planning commission. but we'll
Oh, I
also send it
understand.
to DOT.
Okay, I'm
So
sorry.
We'll send
Yep.
You have to
comments
send
to
to the
DOT.
town, the county, and DOT.
Right. What's that?
Don't mess you about the planning commission.
Right. But the planning commission does have an MOU, memorandum of understanding, intermunicipal agreement. Certain de minimis site plans don't need to be referred, but we need to check that box. So we have some internal things. Let's see, so you're gonna add some dimensional, details to the plan. You're gonna work on it off-season, markouts are gonna be done. You should, and you probably know this, coordinate with DPW before you start any of the work.
We've
just to
already,
let them know.
I've spoken to Mr. Hafner
Right.
already.
And they don't need a curb cut permit, right? You don't need an access permit, curb cut permit, or anything like that, okay?
I'm just curious, the curb you're cutting back, does the village own that curb or do you own that curb?
It's a village, it's in the village right away.
All right, because it says the property owns Village in Port Jeff Steamboat, but no, the property owner is the village.
Well, yeah. It's- Yep, so that's really all we had.
Okay.
Staff report just talked about the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is both, let's make sure that pedestrians are safe and we want wide sidewalks, but also we have all this congestion issue with the ferry terminal and we need to, with the ferry, and we need to fix that. So, I think, Dan's point is well taken, that we'll just monitor the situation, and if we need to go back and correct something, we'll have to go back and correct something.
Not that I'm trying to put a, whatever. Wouldn't it be worthwhile now to reach out to the town about some type of license agreement for that little parcel in there, or, I don't know, I'm just, if we're worried about it.
We'll talk with council.
That's
and
it.
Put something together.
Okay.
on that. So, we'll bring this back when we have the details of the plan and the plan stamped and signed, and, probably next time we see you, we'll be looking at some sort of resolution.
Right. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thanks
Thanks for
for-
your patience.
Yeah, thanks for sticking around.
Have much left in me.
We got two quick ones, and there's nobody here.
I know. The Barnum one is gonna be.
Yes.
Yeah, it's up to the board. The applicant's left. 1.7
Okay.
Barnum and 109 North Lincoln, so. We have staff reports prepared though, so we can give comments and just.
Quickly.
Oh,
I can go through it, yeah. Barnum, I mean, we can start with Barnum because that's a more complicated one, but I don't know how, I'm not sure, it's up to the board.
Just give us what they have to do, where we're at.
Okay.
The only comment I had on that one is, in order not to have an issue with the small lot size, why don't they just move it a little over and lose a little bit of the parking lot?
That's what we said.
Yeah, that was my only comment, and then we'll.
Yeah, so I'll keep it brief because Barnum's the Episcopal
We
Church, right
yeah.
Barnum Avenue, proposed subdivision. We had comments regarding it. The biggest bulk of it being the potential variances involved with this. I think I think we're calling it a rectory. I'm not exactly sure what they're currently using it as, but it's almost a residence. I don't know if you can. There's a better picture of it, but it has it. But they want to subdivide the property so that there's a separate residential property. I believe it's their intention to sell that property and then keep the church as their own separate parcel. The residential property, though, the two biggest concerns with it is one, it's only about 5,800 square feet. I believe the minimum is 15,000 for where we are, the RP2 zoning district. So there's a pretty significant variance there.
So they're creating a lot that nothing can be built as of right on.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, yes.
The second lot they're creating.
The structure's on both, yes.
So it would be an existing non-conforming.
Yeah, so that's the thing. There's pre-existing non-conforming setbacks that exist, but with the creation of the subdivision, there's also new lot line setbacks that are going to be created. What we would do as staff is, because some of these already exist, we'd probably, the zoning board would be the one who have to go through these variances and about determination, but we would bring this before the zoning board as, these setbacks exist. Like that's for like the rear yard and the outer side yards. But when you're considering the new property line, that's where the new variances come into play, so. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Divided lot to the left, see there's an existing structure, which we're calling rectory, which has always been coordinated with the church, but now they want to split it off to the south.
How far over would they have to move that line in order to make it the right size?
So pretty, we haven't estimated it, but pretty substantially just because of the lot area. They're only about 5,800 right there, where they need about 50.
Isn't it land?
What?
Isn't it landlocked?
Well, that was what we had in our staff report.
Yeah.
If you look at these two parcels, the home is up here, and there's a slope that drops, and then you're at the parking lot where the church is. And we said the only way this could be functionally possible is that if a parking space is provided on the church parcel in some kind of access agreement. But again, there's a concern with selling the property, that would have to be maintained. Because as it currently stands, there really isn't much of a way to provide on-site parking where the residence is. You could, theoretically, it would require a lot of grading of the parcel and flattening up of the front to create parking. That's a bigger concern, and we didn't.
Does the church have to have that whole parking lot?
I believe we had the parking standards. I think
I meant in terms of, because they have a lot to the north.
They wind up parking on the street a lot.
Yeah,
during
I mean,
service.
I believe they're at their parking requirement right now, so they might
My
have
preference would be to move it so it's a conforming lot, and then either get an easement or have 2 curb cuts.
Okay. The total lot area was, yeah, well, no, I don't think it's 20, what was it, 25,000?
Oh, but this is be conforming, but they should have separate
Yeah.
area.
And if you move that line over,
It-
go over the curb cut church.
So there you go, it's,
But they have another parking lot. I
yeah,
don't
so,
know how many stalls it is.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna, because there's no parking on that street.
yeah. And the parcel overall is about 26,000 square feet, so no matter how you subdivide this, there would be some variances involved.
Why couldn't? So if the lot was made larger to the north, and they took the curb cut in that, where the existing curb cut is, and then.
For the top.
You're saying move this up here.
Right.
And this curb cut goes here.
Yeah, something like that.
It's a hill. That's a big hill. But,
It's a hill, yeah. So you just,
but you'd have a retaining, I mean,
yeah.
It's not a big, I'm looking at it right now. It's not.
House without.
Yeah, this was a
Without
very,
driveway.
then, they would have to plant.
And whoever bought this thinks,
They-
oh, I will demolish it and rebuild a beautiful house in the same, and
That-
we would never grant. How could they ever grant it?
Yeah.
and it's
yeah,
hard.
I don't think it's a good, I mean,
Yeah,
move it over and then figure that out.
yeah.
And
We,
then they'd have to screen the parking lot.
Right.
And lose some parking stalls, but it's not like they're not close to. I mean, how many parking stalls are they gonna really lose?
who's the representative, or? This is Amy DeVito's project.
Oh,
she was here.
She was here tonight, yeah. And
Spaces, I mean? I don't know.
okay.
Probably not. Yeah. It's not striped.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe gravel? Can't tell. In the
And I
photo.
do want to point that this was at one point,
Looks like
and
it.
I keep looking at Parker because Parker actually was very helped me out in the analysis of this project. This was attempted before in the past, and I believe was denied, right? For no, am I wrong? Oh, the applicant withdrew it. I'm sorry, the applicant withdrew the application. This wasn't. Yeah, they presented it in front of the zoning board of appeals back in '88. I have the.
Yeah, so I would go back to Amy and say, this isn't gonna work the way it is,
Okay.
right?
So,
Because of the lot size.
so we can provide comments saying, you know,
No, not just lot size, but access.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Those 2 things.
okay.
And if, I'd like to know if we're creating this second lot, what could be built as of right? I know there's a home there now.
Yeah.
But what could be built there as of right, and show us it could work if somebody wants to demolish this home and build their dream home on Barnum.
Oh, you mean yeah, like GFA requirements and everything? Yeah.
How old is it?
So we.
It's not on the National Historic Register, is it?
It's not, but we have.
The house of the church.
What
The
we have
church.
is from the
It's a
public
beautiful
hearing
church.
from 1987. The applicant indicated that the church, I don't know when it was built, but it was moved onto the parcel in 1888. So
I mean, I'd hate
and-
to see that structure gone.
yeah. And at the time, the parcel was a lot smaller. They actually ended up merging these parcels over time. And I believe by 1906, the rectory was included as part of it, but was already on the site. So
Okay.
they've been there for quite some.
All
very,
right. It is. Both my kids were baptized there. I'm
Sure,
at this couple.
something could be, things could be rearranged, but you have to have a driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would require it wouldn't just be on paper, they'd have to do some physical work, doing the curb cut.
And grading. Yeah, if you.
Might be ways to re-engineer the whole driveway access to that other parking lot. Sounds like it would be a big job, and it's probably not gonna happen with this congregation.
Especially if they're looking to subdivide it
Yeah.
to do it.
They probably need money, so this
Right.
is how we can
Yes,
get money.
right. That's what they're doing.
Okay, so that's done.
Okay.
That's the 109 North Lincoln, hurry. You
Yes.
got 2 minutes.
All right. Okay. This is an application to propose demolition, removal of 20 trees on the property.
yeah.
This 109 North Lincoln. I visited the site with with the building inspector.
The trees are still there?
The trees are currently up. We have pictures. Hold on.
So just an aside for Andy and staff.
Yes.
So this is a person who's doing it the right way. They're coming before this. It has to be easier.
For tree
We
clearing?
have to somehow streamline it. Give them, here's a sample, environmental form. Here, like, do as much work as possible for our residents who are actually coming before us.
Cindy spends an awful lot of time at the counter.
Okay,
through applications
good.
for applicants and helping them fill them out.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you. I just feel like I want to reward people who the
Yeah.
trees are there. They're
Yeah.
there.
They are existing. They're up.
Oh, okay. Oh, dang it. Still.
And most
All right.
of them are diseased or dead.
So that's
supposedly.
Supposedly. So we visited the property. I will say there's a chance that some of these have vines on them, maybe, have some disease. A lot of them are very healthy.
No.
Especially in the rear of the property. These
No.
are large trees.
I mean-
And that's on the application.
Large, healthy or unhealthy?
There's some large healthy ones, and then there's some who are unhealthy. We did ask for an arborist letter we already talked to the applicant to indicate, A, which trees you're declaring are being dead or designing, and B, basically just certifying it, right? So we know what's going on in the property. What's going on. I didn't mean to make it
Oh,
sound,
I see what you're saying.
you see the,
Yeah, very different than Google Earth View. However long time ago
Oh, yeah,
that
they
was.
clear out the understudy.
yeah.
Then I understood why they would
Understory,
do it.
whatever you
Yeah.
And you'll see in the rear of the property,
Okay.
at least unless they aren't healthy, but from visual perspective, they are. But we were asking for that certification of it. They've also given us a revegetation plan. Obviously our ultimate recommendations are always CAC, tree committee, getting their referrals, getting their comments back on any of these types of applications, just to have commentary on it. But I know the applicant has submitted it.
Yeah, it's very different.
It's very
Okay.
different now.
Okay. So did this happen because they got somebody called?
They called us, right, to ask about, they came to us about this.
Look, Google Earth has the landscaping truck.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh my
All right.
God. See, we know who did it. Professional landscape contract.
So, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I'm rushing through this. I just,
Oh, you're commended for that.
Okay.
yeah, so that's all it can be. I mean,
They need to come back with the diameter of
We
the
agree with your
trees.
comments.
diameter of the
Arborist
trees,
letter.
percentage of clearing, arborist letter, and then if they
Referral
could,
to the tree committee?
if you guys want to refer it to the tree committee, we can do that now, or wait till those revised plans are submitted.
I don't even know what they do. It's the first time
Well,
hearing
they'll
of
give you
it.
commentary about the species of the trees, whether they need preserved, especially the vegetation, whether or not it's native, natural to the area.
They're proposing to plant Leland cypress. The tree committee might say, we got better idea. Those are too
Yes.
expensive.
Does it extend the timeline or
send it.
do they meet
Send it.
when they have something?
They meet, how often do they meet?
Once a month.
Once a month.
Because we're gonna have to see these people again anyway next month. So,
So
as
we
long
can
as
do
it
that
doesn't-
right now if you want
Yeah.
to. So we'll send that out too. So ask for revised plans.
And the full environmental.
So I wanted to bring that up really quick. It's an
Instead of-
unlisted action according to SECRA. Technically, you could, and I think I got this from Director Freeling, you could either have the short environmental assessment form or the full environmental assessment form. So it's
I don't see a lot of slope.
exactly.
I
I'm
don't-
saying so that was
I
a
don't
clarification I wanted
know.
to make. I think we could just ask for the short
Yeah.
environmental assessment
Yeah.
form. I don't, based on its location, the area around it, I don't think there's a really substantial, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's why I saw that. I'm like, this has to be
I wanted to
easier.
correct, yeah, we meant to, it was based on another staff report. We're trying
Okay.
to, we meant to clarify that for this.
Under village, code, what's the maximum trees you can take down one time without getting a permit? Two at
Two.
one time in a certain time frame, or just at one time?
So that's the problem. There is no time.
So I can take 2 down, and next month take another 2 down,
So we are,
2 a year.
so we also have recommendations, which is some of the tree committee has some recommendations for code changes for us that we're reviewing with them, stamp.
Okay.
Eventually
Next
probably
time-
come forward about it, but that's part of.
Maybe they can review these.
Give the tree clearing plans to the tree committee.
Well, you could. I mean, that's if you want to give it, but that makes them a. Exactly. That
Yes.
right now, it's the planning
Yes.
board or the village planner. Even though there's
We
multiple
tried to
planners.
get rid of these years ago, repeatedly, and
Yeah, they were staff reviewed unless they reached a certain threshold.
Okay.
motion to adjourn.
My motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay.
I'm going straight to bed.
Wait, I have more to say.
One more.
Cares, it's 21, 21 bills.
Oh, the bills are playing.